Members are inclined to go with the search and nominating committee. It will be our recommendation that those groups or entities that will be listed are either statutory bodies or groups that we know have stood the test of time. Or if we must go with the proposal to keep Section 32 as is, then it will be our proposal that consultation be clearly defined in the Constitution. Be clearly defined in the Constitution, and an additional subsection or a proviso be added to mean that in the appointment of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission or other commissioners, the president may receive or request nominations from various groups that we might propose. So in addition to giving the president's power to appoint, he may also be open to receiving nominations from various groups such as the ones listed here. And then maybe that will help us get through the road that we have met in this particular proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Salah.
Okay.
We are still on page 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My intervention is on clause 3, the amendment to section 35. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the amendment should be on subsection 1, not subsection 2. I say this because if you look at the Constitution, subsection 1 is talking about sponsoring candidates for presidential and parliamentary or local government elections. And section 2 is talking about internal party organization. So the proviso here is saying, provided that at least 30% of the party's nominees for national and local government elections shall be women, should be inserted under subsection 2. The insertion should be under subsection 1, Mr. Speaker. It's no fit under subsection 2.
AG, take a look at that.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. AG. We're on page 5. Hold on, Honorable AG.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. I don't quite get the difference that it will make, because the reason why we put it under subsection 2 was really to make it a requirement under the internal functioning of the party itself. So you note subsection 2 reads that the internal organization of a political party shall conform to democratic principles, and its aims, objectives, purposes, and programs shall not contravene or be inconsistent with any provisions of this Constitution. And so,
AG are disposed to agree with Honorable Salah.
okay. That's fine. We really do not have a strong position on this. We'll find whether it's under subsection 1 or subsection 2.
Honorable Gibao, do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Honorable Daniel Groma, you agree also? Yes, it should be under subsection 1, not 2. Thank you. Yes, we are still on page 5. Any other? Yes, Honorable.
Yes, before we go to page 5, section 38. Mr. Speaker, when the Attorney General was making the presentation just now.
Hold on, take note, Mr. Minister. Instead of subsection 2, it should be subsection 1. Take note of that. The drafter. Okay, proceed.
When he was making the presentation just now, he mentioned a situation where groupings that are mentioned under the chart and Nomination Committee do not exist as statutory institutions, we must be careful how we use them. But the AG would have agreed with us that whilst we are discussing this pertinent issue, two major institutions, the youth and women's representation, were the areas where we had this great concern. And we also drew the attention of Attorney General that we've had laws, we continue to make laws in this parliament where women representation is required. And we also told him that there is a specific women organization that is almost in almost all our laws, the Women's Forum. Mr. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Chairman, when we talk about making laws, these are not engraved on stones. If institutions change and over time, we also have this parliament will not end today. There will be parliaments going forward, and those parliaments after us will also have the responsibility to amend the constitution to meet the current situation. When it comes to the issue of youth, we also say we have a national youth council, which is represented from sections across the country. And in these ones, they are being elected amongst their peers. So we are saying if you're going to choose a youth that is among the youth councils. So it makes no much gain when you tell us now that where the institutions do not exist. These ones are declared institutions. There are laws who speak to some of these things. So Mr. AG, let's agree on our own side that we want the Shaft and Nomination Committee. On the SFP side, if you want a definition of,
we have stopped the bill.
No, yes, I agree. No, I agree with stop the bill, but when he was summarizing just now, he mentioned it. And because we are dealing with the constitution and we are dealing with vulnerable people, we need to respond to that. Let me go now to 38. It's just a response. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, we've said in almost all our engagement, and I have just said it this morning, if it is not broken, why fix it? We have a law that speaks to the 1991 Constitution that, Mr. Speaker, the drafters of our Constitution, the 1991 Constitution and the amendments made in 2002 are crystal clear to address situations which every Sierra Leonean will not debate on. Mr. Chairman, the first past the post of constituency system is in the Constitution of 1991. Our Constitution also made provisions that where there are circumstances that could not be addressed before election, including creation of constituencies and other legal ramifications, there is a PR system. Our concern basically is just simple. We are not saying in this, as we go now, the AG and government is proposing that we eliminate the first past the post system of elections and stick to just the PR as the only means of election. So you see, for the other two I'm getting, even our colleagues on the other side do not understand this. You know, the other member from Kaine, Mr. Speaker, our situation is the law made provisions for both. And at all given situations, Mr. Speaker, to show that our political dynamism, our political differences have not made any difficult conditions for ourselves. Because even in 1996, when there was nothing in the Constitution that talks about PR, we were able to agree that the circumstance that was prevailing will not make provision for constituencies, and an election was conducted using the PR. Because if it's small, they may pass me cream.
In 2002, it was not, that was when that department then came to the realization that there is no law that supports the PR system, and the law was made 38A.
What is decree?
Either of the two laws are not broken.
What is it?
In this current situation, when we had a situation in which we had a census that we on this side believe was not credible enough to have constituencies, we went using the PR system. We are saying if we have one clause in the law books of CLU, why do we want to fix a situation that is not broken? And we create a situation for our people as if the law has not addressed some of these things. Let's stop putting unnecessary political tension in the hands of our people. The law makes provision for both. The AG knows the law makes provision for both. What we are against is not just having the first past the post. It's a system that says we should replace, we should remove, and just stick to the PR system. Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament. I have said this and I'll say it again. Ordinarily, as being a member of Parliament for what suits our convenience, for not wanting to go to our people, for not wanting to be subjected, for not wanting to be subjected to the scrutiny of the people. The PR system sounds fit for them. But for some of us who are rooted with our people, we believe quality representation must emanate from them. I want to be judged by my people. I want a situation where if the people have the power to reject me if I am not doing well. I want a situation where the people will look at a young person who has the passion to develop their community, who has the quality to represent them, and send that person to Parliament, not because the person is connected. In the PR system, I have said and I'll say again, I hope the Deputy Speaker will not misunderstand me this time around. I am saying with my current situation, as being a member of Parliament, the opportunity the APC has created for me, on any day, I will be listed for a PR system. If it's a national list, I am sure I will be within the first five. Regardless of the flag bearer within the APC. That is the level I have reached. Mr. Speaker, I want the deputy leader to know I am not here because I am connected. Mr. Speaker, I am not in the front row because I am connected. I am in this front row because I can perform. We are being placed based on performance. So I am saying ordinarily I could be listed. But what about those other people who are there in their constituency? The people who want to invest Bashir Siliki who is not knowing their They will not be listed because they are not connected. What about the people in our country? How will the people think we need a representation that reflects us? Democracy is not just government of the people, by the people, and of the people, but the representation must speak to the needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, even when you are supposed to have ambassador to Guinea, by the name of Amami Kamade, he knows my constituency is unwinnable for their certificate. Because I have entrenched myself in that constituency. And I could say the president listed my constituency 4 times. I am rooted there. So we want a situation for 4 years. You know, some of you abandoned your people when some of us are working for them. As my head and my time spent in Parliament, I could say I have done more development in my constituency than even the national government. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying, let us have a situation wherein the law is clear. We have a constituency the laws, and in 38A, we have the first past the post. All we are saying is, we don't want a situation where we delete one and stick to one. Let us allow the law as it is. If we cannot use the first past the post continually, but let's have a system in which as people we can pick, we can choose. But let me warn you, politicians and members of parliament are entitled and respected if they have people behind them. I am saying again that politicians are respected and they stand their grounds. Their people can protect them when the party is against them. We've seen that with Queen Isalia. When the SFP ejected you, your people stood by you and he gave you as a president. We've seen that with Colonel Tunge. But majority for you first comers, you the first time MPs coming to this place. Most of the people asking you to support the PI, they have a constituency on their own. Their people can rally behind them. They have a political capital, which most of you are PI MPs do not have. So mine is an appeal. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have both. We have 38 and we have 38A.
We are not debating.
I wish I was debating, but I am stating facts. On that note, I know the Honorable Sheikh Asama gave me as independent candidate because he was not president. He came as PMDC, he came as an independent candidate, and you marketed yourself as SFP vote.
You have stated your point.
Let me just conclude.
Yes.
I am saying to all of us who are members of parliament, let us accept the fact that we have the law makes provision for both systems. Other members, the person who said no, I know her very well. She has not been to her perspective for more than 1 year. So let me conclude with an apology. I'm appealing to my colleagues that the system is clear. The constitution is clear on this. I know how my brother Mohammed Fofana struggles in Gambia because he does not have a constituency. It is different if you have a constituency. You build your legitimacy. You build your confidence. You have the people. You are identified by them, they are identified by you. Even the honorable speaker who is now a neutral person can go to board and the people identify with him. That be so of you. Who are you? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Honorable members, I will allow
Please let me be
one debater and we still keep it.
Mr. Chairman.
I will change honorable the
Yes.
deputy speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Mr. Chairman.
I would have taken the mama for the deputy speaker is off.
Mr.
And you know
Chairman.
he's senior.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, proceed.
The Honorable Ufa,
Sit down.
you wish to say something?
Yes, I do, because Mr.
Sit down,
Speaker
sit
said
down,
that he wants us to continue, and they will not have that opportunity.
That is the kind of leadership you have.
Honorable Ifa,
I am now standing. That is the kind of leadership you have. Leadership that's ready to give opportunities to other members.
Honorable Ifa, you want me to send you out? Do you want me to send you out? Sit down.
I'm just trying to raise the
Your leaders are debating on your behalf. How you dare argue?
Mr. Chairman,
If you want me to send you out, tell me. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Proceed.
I want to thank you, and I want to thank the Honorable Foundation. In front of the full view of camera, he has seen what we are doing for our members. We are giving them opportunity to speak. But his membership, his leadership is depriving him of that opportunity to speak. No, Mr. Chairman, no. The effort is there. If you want to speak, I have to concede. No, see. I am a senior in this house, and if you want to speak, I have to concede. Let him sit. Mr. Chairman,
position is
Mr. Chairman, on what standing order?
on what standing order?
What order are you standing on? Mr. Chairman, 34 requires my consent to proceed.
1 minute, please sit down.
And I'm a senior in this house, you should know that. So if you want to speak, I should proceed first.
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. You see, we are trying to create a conducive atmosphere to make sure that this debate is educative, but we do not want to impede on other members of parliament. We are not trying to create a scenario as if other members of parliament are not fair. It is not helping the debate. Let us speak to the issue. Don't attack the leadership on the side. Debate on the issue. That is what we have created. And similarly, I want to advise. Each of these members of parliament were voted to represent their people, and they should have an opportunity to have their say during the course of the debate. We may have our say, but also extend the opportunity to them to have their say.
What I'm saying, I insist on decorum in this house. You cannot stand, a leader cannot stand, and you, an MP, want to debate. I've told you this on several occasions. When the leader stands, you sit down. I insist on decorum. When a leader stands, as an ordinary member of parliament, sit down. You know, I'm never going to tell you to debate where a leader is up. You know my position in this house. So when the leader stands, sit down. Or tell your leader, please give me opportunity to debate. That's all you need to do. Talk to your leader to sit down. Proceed, Deputy Speaker. I really insist on decorum.
Mr. Chairman, I also heard, before I go to 38, I also heard that the members in the front bench, they have earned it. And I'm sorry, Timo is not in. That is why he's seated on the third row or the second row. He has not earned sitting in the front. He would have to live with it. And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mr. Chairman, for the record, 38 and 38A, like he has said, it is clear that my honourable colleague or my honourable friend from Gambia was extremely young at a time when your memory was weak. Because if your memory was strong, you will know that the subject of proportional representation first came in the 1999 Lome Peace Accord that was ratified by this parliament. That Lome Peace Agreement suggested, and it was ratified by this parliament, that for us to avoid a repeat of what happened in 1991, we must transition into a proportional representation system. Equally so, Mr. Chairman, it was also agreed to by the Peter Tucker Constitutional Committee that proportional representation should be adopted by the Sierra Leone. Further to that, Mr. Chairman, the Justice Kawa recommendation also made provision for the adoption of the proportional representation. I have said in this house that we are laboring in vain. Why? Because the APC, it's not as if I've seen members of the APC putting on their statuses, sending to social media, putting copies of voting slips, one showing party symbol and the other one showing pictures. People are presenting proportional representation as if it does not allow the face or the picture of members who are selected or who are appointed or nominated by their parties to be on the ballot. That is not true. Proportional representation is depriving nobody of his right or responsibility to choose or to make choice in who represent them in politics. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber that we have seen single-handedly in the APC after elections were done twice. Don't worry, I am well above that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the APC in 2018. People elected their representatives, but President Nkrumah overturned that in a day. In a day, he changed everything. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we have seen in their last election, the election leading to 2023, Assam Priest, he won the lower level election, but he was replaced. Clearly, he won, but he was replaced by somebody else. Mr. Speaker, even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won. Even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won his lower level, but he was replaced, and that was not fair. That was political party, internal political party dynamics. But where I agree with my honorable colleague is here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. He said we have 38A and 38 working correspondingly, simultaneously. So, Mr. Chairman, it is my opinion that for the avoidance of doubt, we replicate the provision of 38A and renumber section 38 so that we can incorporate 38A into the body of the constitution itself. That is our position. We are not opposed to it. Since they are working concurrently, for it to work seamlessly, like he has said, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
Yes, I want to.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. I'm not the Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
After him.
No, I want to agree with him.
I'm going to allow Honorable Umpa.
Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you, sir.
Say something.
Mr. Chairman, by your ruling, you said when a senior member is speaking, junior member should occupy the seat. And by all indication in this house, I'm a senior. By all indication, I'm a senior. So when I'm speaking, he should wait. And besides, even Exo 33, paragraph B, does not allow him. If he wants to raise the point of order, I have to concede. It says, if a member wants to raise any point of order, except to elucidate some matters raised by the member in the course of the speech, provided that member speaking is willing to give you way and resume his seat, and that the member wishing to interrupt is called by the speaker or chairman. I am not giving, I am not considered. So what are you doing? Am I calling anybody? You see, I've had a lot of your members saying, giving a lot of opinions, but I know the legal principle is simple. For them, it is never that, called non-abet. You cannot give what you don't have. What you don't have, you cannot give. And all of them that are giving other tones, they cannot stand. They don't have the legs to stand. So they should understand that when those who have the legs to stand, when they stand and when they are talking, when they are addressing this house, they should listen. They should learn. So, Mr. Chairman, my position is this. Mr. Chairman, my position is this, and I believe it's the position of this side. That since they have accepted that 38A and 38 have been working simultaneously and concurrently, we are proposing that we replicate 38B and renumber section 38 of the
Hold on, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I again today recognize the presence of the chairman of the SNDP. And the chairman and leader of the APC. I now also recognize the presence of Honorable Aymara. You are actually welcome. Okay, proceed. Proceed. Are you done, Deputy Speaker?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm done.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Umfa, what have you got to say?
Mr. Chairman, I know you can note that in terms of decorum, I'm the most decorous MP in this world. So, I have a lot of respect for your chamber, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Chairman, my intervention here is going to be on two things. I know you ruled on 34, or asked the consent of lawyers in this world about 35-2. But Mr. Chairman, 35-2 and 35-1 speak on two different issues. 35-1 speaks on the political determination, and 35-2 speaks on internal democracy. And we know that the 30% is seeking to address the internal democracy of respective political parties. That is why I believe, Mr. Chairman, that 35-2 should stay and not 35-1. Because in the 30% that we are trying to offer to women, it is about their democratic affirmation or their democratic ability so that they will be recognized. So 1 and 2 are talking about two different things. It's my humble suggestion. So to 38, Mr. Chairman. To 38, Mr. Chairman. I know the Honorable from Gambia and the Honorable from Western area have said extensively what they think about 38. And I hold the view that 38 being replaced with PR will be essentially seeking to replace chaos with something that is structured. One thing that we know about 38, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that in 38 subsection 5 and 38 subsection 2 and 6, it speaks to the fact that constituencies will be demarcated. It also speaks to the fact that after every given census, it will inform how constituencies will be demarcated. In demarcation of the constituencies, Mr. Chairman, you note that when you demarcate these constituencies, you're doing it for one reason or few other reasons. Another day, I was listening to a civil society chief that stated that in our present dispensation as a district block system, you have 16 members of parliament, for example, in the Western Urban, that are representing close to 1.5 or 2 million people. So if those 16 members are representing those 1.5 to 2 million people, essentially you're telling all the people that reside in the Western area that they could go to any of those members of parliament to seek their attention. But what is critical about first past the post is, in 38.5 and 6, it says every constituency will be represented by members of parliament, and there will be a quota system. So that, for example, our population is 8.5 now as we speak. If you do the quota system of 132 constituencies, it means that you divide the 8 million plus people by 32, which means every MP will be responsible for those 60,000 people. I want to add also, we live in a country where, even though most people have mobile phones, even though most people have access to internet, there are challenges in ensuring that members of the community reach their members of parliament. As members of parliament right now, as I speak, we don't even have people, we don't even have PAs or offices. So if we're trying to say all those 16 members of parliament are open to any of the people in the district, then you're essentially introducing chaos with something that is structured. It is clear. It is clear that 38 and 38A are seeking to solve a problem when the need arises. And I believe as a country, we should be forward thinking. A lot of speakers have talked about the fact they want to reference the Peter Tucker review or report or Justice Cowan. But one thing that is clear, a political writer and a historian once said, the ability for generational leaders to adapt to current changes is what makes you a more effective leader. And it's also clear that in addressing leadership style, we should be leaders that are adaptive leaders versus generational leaders. So if that is, or traditional leaders, if that is so, Mr. Chairman, I want to suggest that as a country, let's stick forward, let's keep what is in our books as it is, wherein 38A will be there, and when the need arrives, we can use it. But 38, as he speaks, when he talks about first past the post, will serve the interests of the people of this country, and it will go into the books and into the records and the annals of this country that we will be deliberately ensuring that all the people in our constituencies and across the country will be directed to one MP, and that MP will be occupying this seat, and they will be articulating their views and their visions on every respective bill that comes to this parliament. That is my contribution, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I like my brother, the most decorous MP in the House. You see, it is good when we are canvassing people, to be honest. And that is what we have not done during the elections. When it's time for elections, particularly when we are in here now, there are people in our districts, they are saying they are going to build markets. Others will tell you that we will build bridges. Others will continue to organize football leagues. And those things that we do, or those things that we canvass on, because we don't know exactly before we darken this well, we don't understand the responsibilities of members of parliament. We tend to assume that our role is to serve people at constituency level. No. The drafters of this constitution, they were very clever. They are educated people. They have never sat here and thought that their responses or their decision should be a response to the kabudu that is around them. No.
What is kabudu?
Kabudu is English. I don't speak. So, Mr. Chairman, you see, in this constitution, there are a number of roles for members of parliament. But the three critical roles that we perform, three critical responsibilities, are in section 93, 97, and section 105. Mr. Chairman, for the public to understand what we are charged with, instead of mixing up this issue of civil society has recommended this, council of this has recommended this, it is wrong for us to assume burden that is not ours. Our burden and our roles are defined clearly. Mr. Chairman, in the Local Government Act, before I read this, it is clearly stated, and the Local Government Act was enacted by this parliament, that the highest political authority in the locality is the council and the councillor. How do you explain a councillor being the highest political authority in the locality where an MP lives? How do you explain that to me? I don't know. Maybe they find ways of doing it. You see, it is good to play to the gallery, but it's also good that you play to the gallery. Honestly, Mr. Chairman, let me read section 97. It says the responsibilities of the member of parliament shall include the following. All members of parliament shall maintain the dignity and image of parliament both during the sittings in parliament as well as in their acts and activities outside parliament. And paragraph B, all members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives. Mr. Chairman, I read that again. All members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives of the people of Sierra Leone and desist from any conduct by which they seek improperly to enrich themselves or alienate themselves from the people. Mr. Chairman, paragraph B is instructive that you are not representing a small group. You are not representing one corner. I don't want to repeat the word constituency, because if I repeat the word constituency, I am validating that low-level argument. A constituency, Mr. Chairman, a constituency is a group of segments put together and termed a constituency. So a district can be a constituency. It's like, Mr. Chairman, it's like in our elementary government, they will teach you constitution. They say, what is a constitution? They say constitution is a body of law and usages that controls the working of the organs of government and the rights and duties of individual citizens. That is a constituency. You put together everything and you call it a constituency, so anything can be a constituency. In 1996, the entire country was one constituency. One constituency. So for me to say, from Poti to this area, they do not have representative, that is wrong. Even the mayor will tell you that she is representing 2 million people. Yes, because that is her responsibility. She is the highest political authority in this locality, in this constituency, in the municipality. So, Mr. Chairman, let me also go to section 93. And I will come to the issue of not having offices or people cannot reach us. We are talking about contact. If you emerge as a winner in an election where the defeated candidate lost by 100 ballots, 150 ballots, what do you make of those people who voted for him? Are they coming to you? No. They don't have anybody representing them. So what does the proportional representation present? It presents the opportunity for every voice to be heard. And even the position papers that they are referencing, those position papers, if you look at the justification they give, those justifications are saying representation should not be constrained to a particular circumference. Representation as provided by the 1991 Constitution should be open. So section 93, it says at the beginning of each session of Parliament, but in any case not later than 21 days thereafter, there shall be appointed from among its members the following standing committees. That is the first rule of Parliament. For Parliament to resolve itself into committees, either sessional, either special, or whatnot. I heard the leader when he was talking about the fact that ad hoc committee was created, or the committee on the oversight of PCSL was created. It was created in good faith, Mr. Chairman. It was created in good faith. If you go to the wording of the agreement, what it says, I will find it. I still have it. No, I will find it. I want to read it. It says standing committee. And in this constitution, the word standing committee is defined. No, it's here. I'll find it. It's here. Let me look for it. This is the last. It says a standing committee to oversight ECSL. The word standing committee is defined in section 93. So we have to bend backwards because of peace, because of democracy, and because we want this house to continue. Because if you want to create a standing committee, you need to amend section 93. But we did it. So the role of a member of parliament, outside representing every Sierra Leonean, is also to operate in the committee. And let me read section 105, which is entrenched, and that is what we are doing now. It says, subject to the provision of this constitution, Parliament shall be the supreme legislative authority of Sierra Leone. To make law, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, these are the three responsibilities that we have. How are we reducing ourselves to this level for which we, as members of Parliament, openly challenge the budget, that the word constituency development should be removed from the budget? So why is it that you are collecting 18,000 every quarter that was meant yesterday for constituency development? We changed the nomenclature to constituency facilitation, but you think you want to represent constituency, but you don't want them to collect the money that you are collecting for them. Mr. Speaker, that is hypocrisy. Mr. Chairman, that is hypocrisy. That is unfair to the very people that you profess to represent. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber, and I have proposed that since it is not broken, we don't have to fix it. I have proposed that we transcribe, we translate, we copy, we clone whatever word you want to use, 38A and in number section 38, so that 38A can now be 38.4 and the sub provisions under 38A, because paragraph A B and C. I don't know what is wrong with that. But they will tell you they don't want it because they are maximalists. They don't want anything that is coming from us. We are the renegades of this country. We don't matter. What matters is what comes from them. And you don't negotiate like that. When you negotiate, it's give and take. That was what the law and the Hancho said. So for me, I see no reason why we are laboring over this. We are laboring over PR and first past the post because of Western area, where I was born. It is here that we are fighting for. PR will still give you seats. PR gives it to everybody. We interface. They are councillors in both. So, Mr. Chairman, for me to also summarize, I will propose our position as a party that the AG's position submitted to this parliament be deleted in its entirety. That we accept section 38 and we take 38A and clone it, and then we have A, B, and C. So we have concurrently two systems of electing members of parliament, but what is preferable and prevalent at a particular point in time becomes adaptive, because as it is, they want this and we want that. So let's have the middle ground. That is my proposal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
Hold on, before you, let me just hear the.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I want to take this special opportunity to thank.
Don't worry about whether you call me Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman.
They are the same.
Both are correct. The essence of communication is to understand. Everybody knows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I want to say thanks to all those genuinely supported the 30% of female representation in this house. Genuinely, I want to underline that word genuinely. If it is coming from the bottom of your heart to support the 30%. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I said this the last time and I will say it again. I have tested both sides, both systems, the PR system and the first past the post. And I can say that categorically that the PR system is the best for women in this country. It's the best in the sense, we are talking about 30%. Yes, 30%. How can you determine the 30%? They can give you the 30%, yes. But when you go there for first past the post, then give awarding of symbols. What can attest? What can guarantee you, in fact, to get symbol? You woman. But if it is there under the PR system, it is as clean as anything you can think about. It's very, very easy. No speed bump, no gallop. So all those who supported us genuinely, I want to say thank you. And His Excellency, you know, we started this thing. I am the longest serving MP in this parliament. And I will always say it, I have tested both. And I know the benefits that we have during the PR system. No intimidation, no harassment, everything goes on smoothly. It depends on your political party. What we should be talking here with others, with my ladies on the other side, is the numbering. The numbering. In fact, we are crying for 50%. We are crying for 50%. But not forthcoming. It did not come. It did not happen. Then His Excellency came and said 30%. And what this whole amendment is about, I'll tell you the truth. The truth is to empower women. That is why His Excellency wanted it to be factored in this constitution. But you don't know. The man is just genuine. He has passion for women. Why do you want to throw it? And this is the reason. Let us don't be labor, because it is in the book, it is in the constitution that PR system should be there. It is guaranteed. Why do we have to talk here and talk here? We have been consulting, we have gone back and forth, we have gone, whether we or who, you want it or not, it is stated. The PR system, it is there. So that is the bone of contention. What we should be talking here now is to appeal, to plead to the honorable members, our females, our male counterparts, to help us so that we can have the zipper system. So that at the end of the day, we have more. The 30% that we are yearning for, we will even have more than 30%. So let us don't be labor on this. Our some states, all across the nation, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. This is what we are fighting for. This is what we should be bringing to the ears of our colleagues. So, talking about this 32 that is in question, you know, it will open more wounds. I'm the first person who said it will not be guaranteed, especially in the angle of the women. We have so many women's organizations. We have 50-50, we have campaign for good governance, we have women's forum. Who will bail the cats? They will start to say, you see, they don't like themselves, because if the women's forum sends the 3 nominees, they will say, why, how? Because every organization and every women's organization are all politically grounded. So who will bail the cats? So these are the things that we don't want to see as women. I'm appealing to all of us, please. If we want the 30%, we are yearning for the 30%. Let's go in for the PR system. The PR system will help us. If we go to the proportional, to the what, first past the post, believe you me, we will go down. The percentage will go down. It will be on paper. The 30% will be on paper, but it will not be visible. I bet you people. It will not. Because how can you achieve the 30% until we have the zipper system or 2 female and a male? This is what we should be talking about. So please, let's forget about all these things. Let's just go to the PR system. I have tested it and I know the goodies that is in it. No speed on, no gallop, no intimidation, no humiliation. I know the reason why people want the first past the post. Because they want to grab the entire visa. So that everybody will get. Women will be there. And the other areas will be there. Let us all share. Right now, you cannot go to stronghold. Everywhere that is being represented under the PR system. You have seats in Go. And you have seats in councillors in Thailand. You have it in November. So this is what you want to see. Only greedy or selfish person will frown at the PR system. Because your vote will be counted. Because, for instance, if they say, oh, you have the entire plate, this is our stronghold. Although you voted, but your votes are not visible. But this time, it is clear. So please, I'm appealing. I want to agree with all my colleagues and with the AG that the PR system is the best, especially for the coming of more women. More women, better politics, and better politics, more women. Thank you very much.
I'm only going to listen to the leader of opposition. You wanted to say something. After him, please, Can we please just allow the AG to summarize? Can you do this in 3 minutes?
No, it's because we are debating about
This PR, the PR system, I'm going to stick a pin. I'm going to stick a pin on this.
definitely. You have said it.
So it is unnecessary for you to continue to debate.
I just want to.
You want to still say something?
I just want to give an opportunity to
Okay, yes, so allow her.
Yes.
After her, Chief Whip briefly, and the leader of government business, and the minister. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to lend my voice to this committee stage. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, first of all, want to just react to Honorable Womoyemba that we do not want the first past the post because we want to take seats in Freetown. No, that is not the reason. We are strong people. We in the western area, we are very strong. We have the people because we work with the people. We go with the people. We work from the grassroots. So we are not afraid. That is why we are saying we want.
Honorable, hold on 1 minute. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in this parliament for almost 40 years. We are at a committee stage. We have debated. We have concluded the second reading. We have concluded the second reading. Mr. Chairman. Yes, I want to get your attention. Mr. Chairman, we have concluded the debate. We have concluded the second reading. We are at committee stage. Let us propose the questions and vote for them. Or else we'll be here until the
I have warned you also.
No, I'm just suggesting, please.
I have warned all of you. I'm the one presiding here.
So
I've warned all of you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this issue of the PR and the first past the post. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we were here in the 5th Parliament. We came to the 5th Parliament under first past the post. We were strong women. We fought with men in our constituency and we came into the parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, only whether it's 18 or not, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the first past the post is still what we want. It is the first part of what that brings us closer to our constituency. We are able to engage our constituents and we know the problems of our constituents and we are able to bring them into parliament and advocate on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, with the first past the vote, because only lazy women will cry for the first for the PR. Yeah. You know, Mr. Only lazy women will cry for the PR. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about safe seats, but to say about PR will bring more women in parliament. For me, I want to beg to differ because PR is not just about quotas for women. It's about representation. It's about representation and who chooses you to come and represent. So for us, we know our people, we are with our people, and our people still love us. They want us to come to parliament. And so for us, we prefer the first past the post. First past the post. It means that we can honorable members. Mr. Chairman, you know, when you look at even this PR, you know, it felt, during the last election, it failed to deliver a broad-based inclusion. Because when you even watch at Calabar, we have no women at Calabar because of the PR. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we cannot not rely on the PR and say we want to go with more women in parliament. It's as if we don't want to work. We don't want to be with our people. Let me tell you, we are women, we are mothers. Yeah? And because we are mothers, we know what it means, we know how it feels to be cut off from our constituents. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I'm coming from the East Urban District. Mr. Speaker, because of the PR, we are having a lot of issues within the district. Because for the entire 11 district, we only have 4 MPs. So you tell me, how do you expect us as MPs even to man a constituency? It's very difficult. That's so you can, stretch out your hand to other constituencies. It's just too difficult.
What the Deputy Speaker was trying to say,
yes,
it is not your responsibility to develop constituencies.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can I come in? Mr. Chairman, yes, I know the 3 roles of a member of parliament. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, in the area of representation, when you are with your people, you know their problems, you know their issues. Sometimes because of the law, you go far above, beyond, just to satisfy them. We all know here as members of parliament, we do more beyond the representation role. We know it is not our duty, but because they are our people, we want to be with them, we want to feel, with them, so we have to go beyond. Yes.
Thank you very much. The chief whip, after the chief whip, I will listen briefly to the leader of the opposition and the leader of government business, and we go to the AG and proceed.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been to this parliament. This is my 3rd term. On the term, we are under first past the post. So some of us are not afraid of first past the post. But, Mr. Chairman, our colleagues on the other side are saying that under the PR, under the first past the post, they have more women. It's not true. They have more women now under the dual system. The only reason why they had more women under the first past the post was because their constitutions dictate that it pleases the power that be. It was selection, not election. That was the only reason why they came here. The APC constitution then says selection or election. But Mr. Can we speak to the weather minister of this nation? Mr. Chairman, this session of this parliament, this 6th parliament, we've had over 4 or 5 deaths of MPs. A lot of people in this country don't even know how they were replaced. Assuming it was first past the post. Let's forget about the money the government will lost, but think about the properties and life that will be lost in the event of a runoff election. Mr. Chairman, I'm a victim of first past the post by election in Zimim under the former resident minister in the south, Musa Tawari. We are stoned, we are beaten, and some of our guys were wounded because we had by-elections. When there is no by-election in this country, nobody will know who will replace 4 or 5 MPs. Nobody knows. And Mr. Chairman, what is the essence of the UEB without the PR? Because it is only the UEB that dictates that it will submit lists. If you don't have PR systems, Mr. Chairman, there is no need to submit a list. There is no need. So I believe PR is the best system of election in this country. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to submit that to save the PR system. Otherwise, Otherwise, the GWP will not be achieved. Otherwise, we will not have more women in this world. And that is not our intention. Our intention is to have more women coming to this parliament. And Mr. Chairman, I will bet my bottom dollar. Because the APC's constitution is going to be changed to elections. We will not even have up to 10 women coming in this way for the APC. Because it will be a very serious fight. So I beat my colleagues on the other side. And let me support the arguments of the Deputy Speaker. The only reason why our colleagues on the other side are fighting for the first party vote is because of Western area. Because they have lost, almost lost Bodoko district. They have lost Kenya district. They have lost Calabar district. They have lost Bambi Konadipo district. Their best bet now is Western area. That's the only reason why they are trying for the first party vote. But Mr. Chairman, I can challenge the people of this nation that our best method of election in this country is through our system. I rest my case.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, like I promised you, I don't intend to hold this night for long. I just want to do a few corrections for the edification of the listening public. Firstly, I want to make it very clear that the increase in female representation is not influenced by the electoral system. It's not influenced by the electoral system. The increase of female representation is primarily influenced by the Gini Act that was passed by this parliament. And the public elections are correct. And let me make this very clear. It is even more possible for us to have more representation or female representation with the first past the post than Bia. I will explain this. Assuming we have a district like Bodoko, in which, according to the GWP and the Public Elections Act, you are to nominate 3 women among the 10 seats. So 3 of the seats are to be occupied by women. Assuming SLP presents a seat, a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. The same thing to APC. We present a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. Assuming there is no collision between SLPP and APC, female candidates that are contesting the elections, and if all of those female candidates win their seat, it is possible that we may have 60% of female representation in the Bodoko. This will never happen under the BI system. It will never happen. And secondly, let me make this very clear. I listen to my brother, and I've always said it. Honorable Tawa is a brother. We'll have our bashing, we'll have our pushing and pulling, but it's part of parliamentary practices. He said, it is not our role to be involved in developmental activities in our constituency. I agree with him. Yeah, allow me, members. I agree with him that it's not our role. I just want to give him an illustrative example. For some of us who are very familiar to our people in our constituency, because I will never be in Freetown, I will never be in Sierra Leone, and on a weekend I don't go to my people. I will never do that. Every weekend I go to my people. Every blessed weekend. That is why the electoral system does not bother us. It does not. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, one Saturday, I was sleeping one Saturday. In fact, everybody in my constituency knows that I have an open door policy. Nobody stops anybody from entering my compound. One Saturday I was sleeping and I had a knock on my door. And when I asked, it was my security telling me that the entire community, a group of people from the community wants to see me. Then I tell my security, give them access. So I woke up and I spoke with them. What happened with them was that the main bridge leading to one of the biggest towns called Titafor in my constituency was broken. And no vehicle can access that big town. So what happened was that there were over six to seven people stopped by because they could not pass through the bridge. So when they called me, I paid a visit at the scene. I saw what happened. I took phone and called the council. The council told me that they have not been given subvention and they don't have money for such projects. I made an attempt to call the minister. I did not get a response. As a responsible member of parliament, because I did not get a response from the council, I did not get a response from the minister, should my people not access that big town? I said no. I used my own personal money to fix it. I used my own personal money to fix it. So had it been a situation where they don't have representation, they have to travel to another place for a representation, it would have been very difficult. They would not even have whom to call. They would not even have the door to knock. Now let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the fact. If they had gone to me and have told me about their bridge, and I deliberately refuse to fix their bridge, or I dismiss them with the back of the hand, in the next election, they will not support me. So now we are saying, even if you blatantly disregard your people, even if you do not meet to the needs of your people, once you are in tune with your party, you will still be at the top of the list. You will be at the top of the list. You see, some of those who are shouting, if it's the PR system, I'm telling you, based on the relationship they have with their party structures, their name will never appear. Those of us who are here, we know that any system you bring, because of the ecumenical fellowship that exists between us and our party structure, don't put our names on top. But we are saying this for the suffering masses, for the people, for accountability, so that the people vote for a face and they have who to reprimand when there is no development in their constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me also tell you, I have heard my brother saying a lot of things about the white paper. In fact, they were referring to it as APC white paper. Quite apart from the fact that they were selective of clauses in the white paper, recommendations in the white paper that they would advocate for during their debate. What is most interesting is that the PR system was recommended in the white paper, but was blatantly rejected by the government then. It was rejected by the government then. Let me tell you, it is only a ninja that can stop a ninja. You have to be a member of parliament to know what it means. Those who combined the white paper were not members of parliament. They did not know what it means to live far from your people. They did not know what it means not to have somebody to hold responsible. So that was why, in as much as His Excellency the President was a former member of parliament, and those who were in cabinet, some of them were former members of parliament, having ample knowledge on the structure, composition, responsibility of representation in parliament, they said no. And let me tell you, as a responsible member of parliament, a member of parliament who is answerable to a subject, regardless to your political affinity, regardless to your color, I would say I will represent each one of them, regardless to their party image. When he was talking, the deputy speaker, the honorable deputy speaker, did say that if one person wins the election, and it means all those who lost the election are not represented. That is not the case. When you are a member of parliament elected, you are not representing your political party people only. You are representing the entire constituency, regardless of their color, regardless of their belief. Even those who do not belong to a political party, you are representing them. You are representing them. And the same implies. And the same implies. And the same implies. Am I protected? Am I protected? And the same implies in the national elections. The same implies in the national elections. It does not mean if a candidate loses the national election that all of those who voted for him are not represented by the president. No! The president represents even those who did not vote for him. That is what democracy is. And you have to treat them equally. You have to ensure that they don't suffer because they exercise their democratic rights. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Let's speed up now. We know your points. Let's speed up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know you want us to speak up.
So we are after the leader will stick a minute.
Yeah, I plead you to not in a few minutes, so let me.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, first, let me stand to a few corrections. The AG presented a beautiful document to us addressing the issue of PR system. First, he said we have 38. And it went on further to say we don't want to consolidate. But what you have done today, that our colleagues on the other side of this entire generation, beyond Sierra Leone, they are watching us. That we have now accepted that there is proportional representation in our law books. It is there now. So the common discussion now, as previously I debated the 2022 Public Elections Act, they said there was no provision for PR system. And I established that one vehemently. In the consultations at Bluefish Hotel that was organized by the European Union in August, it started in April and ended in August on the 19th to the 21st in 2022, leading to the enactment of the Public Elections Act 2022. Over 20 recommendations were made. SO12, Mr. Speaker, is challenging anybody by submission. SO12, that is answered. Go to the answered. The All People's Congress signed for the proportional representation to be done by the electoral system in this country. Go to that document. I have invoked SO12 for the answered. I have called for the answered to be made public for clarity and for the sincerity of purpose. We are here today. They signed for it, for proportional representation system to be our sole system we have for election process. I have referred to the date they conducted the meeting at Bluefish Hotel. I made a submission when the former speaker was presiding over us, Mr. Chairman. That one said, go to the answer. Now let me come. Mr. Chairman, you know the way people are presenting. Some of our colleagues in this chamber, they were incarcerated. Yeah? The leader of the opposition, by election, was incarcerated. Thank you very much. You intervened at Romney Police Station. You intervened at Romney Police Station. Order, please. Order, please. You intervened at the Romney Police Station. My brother from both school, my both school brother, he was also dealt with Asungo for political violence. You know, sometimes I have said, Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to take you aback. I presented 5 steps why we should appreciate the PR system. Political violence is one. You see the paramount chief idea? We have so much violence and everything. Not everybody is in political business. Not everybody is a politician. Not everybody is interested in politics. But in the communities of the paramount chiefs in our chiefdoms, we had political violence during by-elections. You go to various communities. You have said it. I said political violence has been mitigated. We have complete quietness. We have got that, I hate to say it, blessed memory. May their souls rest in perfect peace. 2 paramount chiefs gone. 2 paramount chiefs. 4 members of parliament. 2 on the other side and 2 on this other side. Comfortably replace them using the PR system. I have stated in this chamber, my reference point was ECSL Kun, Minister of Finance. First on finances. Finances. Every day we are shouting, too much spending, we are doing this. We have our agenda. Education, agriculture, women's empowerment. Mr. Chairman, for world elections, which you can use to build a school or renovate 4 schools in the world. 4 schools in the world. 600,000 average by elections. 2018. That's average. Estimated at Ministry of Finance. That's my reference point. 4 parliamentary seats in the old money, 600,000 in the new money, 600 million in the old money, 600,000 in the new money. Now, for parliamentarians, I said the average, I want to repeat myself, sorry to be for me that, is for the edification of this nation. 2 million in the old money, 2 million, 2 billion in the old money, 2 million in the new money. Yeah? We can use that one to also build schools in our political locality, Mr. Chairman. Then they forget in the hurry. We were voted under the PR system by political locality. I was voted for in a political locality, in a particular district. I have 6 councillors on my own political locality. 6! All of us, they voted for us for political locality. It is here. So why are you saying that it's not district? The district is the whole block, and when you are voted for as MP in your political jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman, I remember fully, Bostimula has a sort of geographical political locality. It has. It has to do with inter-party democracy. Yeah? It has to do with inter-party democracy. It is not a PR system we are having as opposed to the problem. Now, I submitted to this house that we have 2 types of PR system. We have 2. The list system, which is called, we have closed list system and we have open list system. The closed list system is what we are practicing now. Political parties can submit lists. They can submit lists. I'm coming to that. They can submit lists. That list is in line with Section 59 of the Public Elections Act and Section 60 of the Public Elections Act. Mr. Chairman, I will read these provisions. They are saying you are nominated by a political party, whether first past the post or not. Whether PR system, you are nominated by a political party. I'm going to read it for the unification of the public. Let me tell you about the other one. The open system is in the PR system. The open system is where they just give names and the candidate and the constituent for the edification. The constituent will vote for the order of placement in the list. But when we have the closed system, we cannot be seen with inconsistent with the laws we pass. Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2020 to 2022 gives us the leverage to place ourselves in the closed system by empowering our women. And let me tell you, the caveat here, I don't play to the gallery, I play with the law. The caveat here, people nominated 3 names for women, for men, only men. The system rejected them at ECSL. That is what is Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2022. If you feed in men, the system rejects it. I don't know for other political parties. That's what transpired. But let me come now to the fourth part of what you're talking about. Mr. Speaker, I've had my colleagues say on the other side, you don't have a way of nominating. But the simple popularity which come first past the post and the proportional representation system, which talk about this system, Mr. Speaker, these are both of them first past the post, simple plurality, and we'll talk about the PR system, we'll talk about this system, the closed system, the closed list system, and the open list. Mr. Chairman, both systems are being given, represented by this system. Let me read. Political party elections.
Section 51 of the Public Elections Act 2022. A political party shall deliver to the Electoral Commission or to a designated returning officer a list of the party's endorsed candidates for the election of members of parliament other than the paramount chiefs or the paramount chief members of parliament. That's 59.1. Let them check the Public Elections Act 2022. Fast forward. 2 of that. A candidate shall not be endorsed by more than one political party, and the name of the candidate shall not appear in more than one list delivered to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Chairman, let me come further. Let me go to 60 without wasting your time. Here you see the powers of the party. That is why I said it has to do with intra-political arrangement. Intra-political arrangement. If your party is strong in terms of intra-party democracy, as the SFPP, you copy. If you don't, try to make sure that there are discipline and rules and regulations governing the structure of your party. 60. Section 60. A list of candidates delivered by a political party shall be accompanied by the statutory declaration made by the leader and secretary of the party. The leader and secretary of the party. The party leader, the national chairman and the secretary general of that party, or the third one, under 60, where there is no party leader, the national chairman and secretary of the party. What is more orderly and organized, straightforward, transparent? You are saying, as if a proportional representation system, you are not going to check a list, you throw it at them. No. That is what we are condemning the independent candidate. Because that's Section 35 of the 1921 Constitution, Act number 6, discipline, structure. Those structures we should respect in the institutions. Your party, if your party is well structured as like the SFPP, you should not just submit quack candidates. You should screen them properly. And let me tell you what has transpired in our party. That is why I said it is not the nomenclature of political system. It has to do with our inter-party democracy. How do we do screening in the SFPP, which I belong? First, you start at the local level, at the road level. The constituency structure for the simplicity sake, for understanding. The constituency will screen you, they are executive at that level. They will screen you both councillors and for MPs. You will come to the district. The district will screen you properly. If you are eligible, if you have a sound mind, you have a mentis to represent us. That is one. You go to the district will screen you. You go to the region, they will screen you, all by percentage. You go to the national officers. To fulfill Section 60 of the Public Elections Act 2022, to say if you are fit for purpose, they will sign the list or they reject the list. You know why that is so? Because it's the party which is awarding symbols. It is the party which is awarding symbols. Give respect and audacity and order the arrangement to the political parties, not individuals. As they are presenting a picture as if you can just get up and go to ECSL to nominate yourself. No, Mr. Chairman. Secondly, for independent candidates, you also don't just go and take symbol. You will come to ECSL, they will display a symbol and they will ask you to choose one. You know why? For identification. It is only independent candidate. For members of parliament and councillors, you will nominate yourself. But NEC has to structure you by coming to look at the symbol and you take one. You don't go to your symbol, you beat them at NEC. So this is an orderly way of just structuring our electoral system. Mr. Chairman, it's not today we are starting proportional representation. You know, this man is clever and age. Let me tell you what he has done. He has combined Section 38 in tandem with Section 74(1). And I will extend by reading it in 74(1) and 2 to see, they say by the law. You are just saying, oh, it's because of such. Yes, everything is based on condition, but it has to be by the approved law. By the law, let me read, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to waste your time, but I have to do this for the edification of the common man and woman. Mr. Chairman, 74(1). Mr. Chairman, I read for the good of this country and the good of all. The side note, members of parliament, the one you have it before us now. They said members of parliament shall comprise the following: one member of parliament for each district, You know, my colleague was given constituency, giving some geographical definition. I even went further to define what is constitution. Elementary government when we went to not JSF, I was in Form 4, Form 3. Well, government 101, you see, they know all these things. They said one member of parliament for each district, who shall, Mr. Chairman, who shall, subject to the provisions of this constitution, be elected in such a manner as may be prescribed by or under any law from among the persons who, under any law, are for the time being paramount chiefs. You know, he is not selfish. You know where I started by pointing fingers around the area where we have the paramount chiefs? Inclusivity, political violence. You understand? We have to take it to cognizance. People who are in this house, they recognize them. He is not a selfish man. When we did the PR system for 2023 elections, we ignored paramount chiefs. What we did, we brought in the regulations to take care of the paramount chiefs. Mr. Chairman, we have to be careful. You make law for the orderly manner of the state, not because it's in your comfort zone, you want to establish the law. Mr. Chairman, the other point I read, they said set number of members as parliament may prescribe who, subject to the provisions of this constitution, shall be elected in such manner as may be prescribed by or under any law. By under any law. What is different? If you read section 38, you read 38A as amended in 2001. What is different? They are all of these different circumstances. And 74.1 is speaking to the paramount chiefs, which are prescribed that with any law as prescribed by this house. Section 107 of the Constitution. We are the supreme authority making laws. Why do we have to shy away from the truth, not to ask for the truth, Mr. Chairman? Why do we have to do that? Mr. Chairman, let me advance my case. I read in this house, reference point, go to ECSL. We have done, it's not the first time I have done professional rehabilitation system. Permit me to just give this figure, to react to my colleague on the other side. He said, in fact, it's a first past dispute that have brought so many women in this chamber. I will challenge you. My reference point is ECSL. Get there. I'm not wrapping up now. Let me just make finisher. Not submission.
No, I didn't say so.
No, wait.
I said with the first past the post, it is highly possible that we can have 60% of
no, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman. I beg. Mr. Chairman, I beg. Just permit me for the edification of this project we have here today. What is clear? That if you have read provisions of the proportional representation system, the PR system, for both 38 and 38A as amended 2001, it is clear that we have proportional representation systems in our election, in our law books. Clear. Now, what you are pushing, that is through PR you can get this female representation. No, let me push. In 1996, out of 80 seats in parliament in this chamber, we had 5 women. 5. Reference point, go to ECSL. In 2002, district block proportional representation system, we had 124 seats in parliament. We got 18 seats for women. 18. Think about it. 2007, first past the post, 112 seats for members of parliament. We had 16 seats. We don't drop by 2. 16 seats. Take your pen, man. In 2012, first past the post, we had 146 seats in parliament. We got 18 members of parliament that are women. 18. You see the ratio. The number they increase in the seat SO2, but the women representation not the group. Mr. Chairman, 2023, we are here. All of us are here. We are here. God has tell me the truth. Let me use the words of the former speaker. 2018, I've said. 12 first past the post, 146 seats, 18 seats for women. 2018. Regina Musa. 2023, district block system. We had we have 147, 49 seats with women. You know, allow the senior leaders to judge. I'm just clarifying something. We got in the gimmicks, don't forget about that. So we said 149 seats in parliament. We now have 42 seats for women. Mr. Chairman, whether you like it or not, I don't have a problem with that. Whether you believe it or you leave it, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not responsible for one's edification. I'm not responsible for what you can understand or what you cannot understand. My business, I am playing with the law. I'm not playing with the gallery. I have quoted these provisions. I started with 58 in all of my presentations. I said we brought 58 as a caveat to protect the proportional representation system. 58 in the Public Elections Act 2022 is a protective law, a process section, to make sure that when you are nominating, to safeguard the 30%, we did not just bring the PR system of Section 38A. When we brought it to action, we also brought Section 58 to guide the process. Mr. Chairman, tell me, all what are stated, inclusivity, national cohesion, in terms of money disbursement, in terms of women representation, for goodness sake, if you are not being selfish, if you are not realistic with what is happening, as I said, you study your political environment and you anticipate the political future. So we have to be futuristic. And let me say this before I take my seat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I satisfy and sat my conscience, and to God I serve. That is why I don't play to the gallery. That is why I so believe in the Constitution. I'm a Catholic Christian. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to vote for what is in the white paper. They did not condemn the PR system. They didn't condemn. They did not amend the Constitution. Why are you talking about the first past the post when the conditions are right for us to have the PR system? Mr. Chairman, this is not politics. This is realistic behavior. Let us appeal to our minds, to ourselves. Let us see what is good for this country. This is a post-war country. I submit here that we consolidate the proportional representation system as presented by this bill. But we are amendable. We can consult. We can bend backwards. As put by my deputy speaker, that it is established that we have 38A, which speaks to the PR system, proportional representation system, and 38 that speaks to the first past the post, the sole plurality. Mr. Chairman, we are not living in a worry, but in this country, as I said, we are the same people, a one nation. Let us think wisely. We are not here representing one entity. My colleague, Section 97, he said we should not alienate ourselves from our people. Who are you as MP? Whether this tribunal system, taking into consideration Section 87 of the Constitution, you should represent your people. You should not move away from them, irrespective of the electoral systems. Think about 87. Mr. Chairman, before I take my seat, I have recently lobbied which of my functions with RMFA. We have constructed 2 bridges. We have reopened them. We commissioned them. One in Honorable Bostimuda's constituency for definition's sake, and one in my own. We are reaching out. I have constituency office to raise street, get there, anti-corruption went there to investigate. It is still functioning. That is what I do. Because you have to be sincere. When you give undertones, I believe you are supporting me because I'm your leader. So you should have respect for me. Mr. Chairman, you see this nation. We should not be held captive for bad politics since 1967. Some of us are moving far away from there. That is why I said I'm a living testament for progressive law. You cannot take power from me. I recommend to this house. And that is why at any given time I recommend Honorable John Omaduba, whether you like it or not, because he supported progressive laws in the good sense of the state. We amended the Constitution without wrong on this house, and we debated the public elections at 2022 for about 7 hours. Mr. Chairman, I'm really sorry to take your time, but sometimes we have to say this. The people don't have trust in us because of our behavior. We then go so, SO2, we go so. We are not honest to what we put on paper. We are not honest to what we say to our constituents. We are killing ourselves inwardly and outwardly we are disrespected. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Just the minister. Why are you standing up again? Just wanted to go.
No.
If you clarify something,
No.
you are going to clarify something.
No.
You spend the whole night.
I say it.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, as we try to capture all that has been said about this particular proposal, I just want, and I take note that earlier you had noted that you stuck appeal to this. As members of Parliament, consider to get back to this. We want to provide additional perspectives. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today I do not want to get into the data on the percentage of women per election cycle, as I did the last time and as has been noted by the leader of government business, on cost-saving mechanisms, etc. I just want to note a few things. This is important because our people are listening, our people are following these discussions, and sometimes what they hear is reflected in the positions that they take on such important issues. First, I think we need to note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that constituencies are not permanent geographic boundaries. Constituencies are electoral arrangements, and as has been noted, a constituency can be a ward, a district, or a country. We want to put that on record. We also want to say that we have not claimed in any way that the only purpose that the GIBI Act serves is the PR system. I think it is good to put on record that without the PR system, the implementation of the GIBI Act will be monumental for this country. Of course, the evidence is set for us to see. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have noted concerns about the fact that the PR system was used in the 2023 elections, but we have two parties represented here. I think I noted before this honorable house that when we used the PR system with a lower threshold in 1996, 6 political parties were represented in this house. And so, for the technical team that was put together by the government of Sierra Leone and opposition APC, we discussed the PR system, and we did note that we will recommend to members of Parliament that a lower threshold be considered to ensure that there is broad representation, even if it means that threshold coming down to 5%, like we did in 1996. So that is one, Mr. Speaker, because we note that this will ensure inclusiveness and national cohesion if we have a lower threshold in this country. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is always also good to note that a lot has been said about the voters not being able to determine who represents them. That is not so much true about every PR system. That is why we have noted in this bill that Parliament should determine through a separate law a system that will ensure there is accountability or voter input. We have noted, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that yes, sometimes people say it's a challenge that the PR system creates some kind of gap between the electorate and the elected. and that political parties will only have allegiance to their political leadership rather than to the electorate. But most democracies that practice PR have put measures in place to ameliorate these. Yes, in Sierra Leone we have practiced the closed list system, but there are countries that practice the open list system. So there's an open list PR system. We discussed that on the committee, wherein voters get to see the names of the persons that they vote for. And then, of course, they're able to build personal relationships based on the reputations of those candidates and their performances in specific places. We have also talked about the need to strengthen processes within political parties, such as making it a requirement that political parties can run transparent primaries so the voters actually get to vote and determine who gets on the list. Some countries do that. So that is something that can be considered by this House. I think if political parties make their processes more participatory, that will help in addressing this concern. I think we have also said with the guidance of leadership from the leadership in Parliament, the members of Parliament can put in place mechanisms to ensure regular engagement with voters through public consultation forums, community outreach programs, and parliamentary requirements. In South Africa, for example, which uses a closed list PR system, MPs are required to participate in constituency work through parliamentary constituency programs. So yes, we will recommend that the relevant legislation be reviewed by having regulations that will require members of Parliament to do this. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I also want to note that a concern that has been raised is that the PR system, that the system will lead to underrepresentation of certain communities. Yes, we have noted this as a concern. We have pointed to certain communities that you see as constituencies are not represented in Parliament. And so that is why we also will recommend that members of Parliament consider the possibility of local governments dividing districts into clusters or blocks that will match parliamentary representation with local councils, not specifically say the specific number of local councils to Parliament, but that will match parliamentary representation with local councils in districts. And then with that, political parties to ensure that aspirants or candidates for members of Parliament and local councils are drawn from or represent such clusters or blocks in these districts. But of course also to ensure that nominated candidates are assigned to these clusters or blocks in the districts and the leadership of Parliament to ensure that such MPs are actually accountable or are able to account for engagement in these clusters or districts. I think another thing that we recommended, Mr. Speaker, which we want members of Parliament to consider, is reducing the possibility of a male candidate replacing a female member of Parliament in case of any eventuality. So that is why we propose that, yes, with the PR system, we can have safe seats for women, wherein political parties are required to separate their list into two. One, that is minimum 30% and all women list of minimum 30% representation. That will be the A list, and the B list for that category should also only be made up of women. So that way, if there has to be any direct representation, it's for that list. And then, of course, the remaining 70% can be at the discretion of the political parties, depending on how candidates are elected, as we have recommended, probably through open primaries. That way, we mitigate the risk of going below the threshold, and then, of course, we are constantly investing in increasing the percentage of women representation. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes, we have noted these concerns, but yes, we have discussed these as mitigating factors or recommendations that will really address these concerns and make sure that the PR system works for the people of this country in a way that the people have a say. I mean, let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I haven't had the privilege of serving as a member of parliament, but I have friends who have served in this house. I know that sometimes a member of parliament could be representing a particular community, probably in the Far East, but when that member of parliament decides to purchase land and build a house, he'll probably go to Anat or somewhere in the peninsula, but still representing that district in the Far East. Now, that doesn't create a gap if that member is still able to move from Goldrich or Imat and engage in that community, similar to what the leader of government business does in Kenya, or what the leader of the opposition does in India. But the impression of that the first past the system physically situates representatives within their constituencies is a bit simplistic to say, Mr. Speaker. So we want members of parliament to consider all of these and really go with what majority of the democracies across the world practice, which is the proportional representation system as a system that we like to say is reflective as well of the views and aspirations of the people of this country, to ensure that there's cohesion, there is electoral accountability, and that there's inclusivity in representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. No, please, leader, please.
There is something that
hold on, no, please. Please.
It's very important, Chairman, sir.
Leader, hold on. I just stopped the leader of the opposition, so I cannot allow you on the stage. Honorable members, if we continue this way, we'll spend the whole night. So we need to regulate ourselves. Otherwise, we spend the whole night. I think what we should be doing, I will allow the two leaders to lead the conversation on each of these clauses, because I know, as a matter of fact, that both sides have different positions on different clauses. Let's not hide the fact. We all know, it is clear from the debate and everything. So let's allow the leaders to present positions, except probably if you have minor amendments here and there. But let's allow the leaders to present the positions. If we are sticking pins, we stick pins and we move ahead. Otherwise, we'll stay here for the rest of the night, because we can't subject ourselves to a debate on every clause. If we subject ourselves to a debate on every clause, we'll spend the whole night here. So I think I have to regulate what is going on now. So please, of course, we know, as a matter of fact, that Section 38, we are all sticking it. Yes, honorable members, the leaders probably, if you have issues or if you have a position on anything, you can just communicate to your leaders quietly so that we speed up the interventions. We know we are sticking a pin on 38. Am I right? We are sticking a pin on 38, that's all? Okay, so we jump on to page 6, leader of government business. Let's proceed. Yes, page 6 and 7.
Mr. Chairman, you know, I work in
Hold on. Leader of the opposition, you to be ready to raise issues. Yes, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have noted the provisions in the 6. I've already elucidated on them appropriately, combining 76.1. Why do we need to harmonize to have a cost-related proportional election system as a sole form of elections we have? As I said, we have made our submissions on 2 grounds. So in fact, initially, I wanted to submit to any Senate weights that I want to reassure the public that the threshold can discuss. Because for the threshold, in 1996, we had 12.5 and only 6 political parties. So 5% threshold, we had 6 political parties. 12.5%, we had 3 political parties. And 11.9, 2 political parties in 2023, as we have now. So I wanted to reassure those who made submissions to us that in the administration of the proportional representation system, we are going to review the threshold, definitely with NEC. That's the assurance we will review the threshold based on public discourse, because that one has been also submitted in various consultations.
We have stopped a bit on the system.
Page 6 we have 76.74. Yeah.
I only refer to page 6.
I wanted to make a submission in Senate minutes. That's why I wanted to.
Yeah, but let's not go there again.
I've already submitted for.
Under page 7, we are now dealing primarily with independent candidates for presidential elections.
No, Mr. Speaker, before we go to page 7, I have that is not related. We have already struck a pin on PR, so I don't want to go to it. I don't want to cover it again. Yes. Now I have an issue here. If you look at D, that is clause 4D. Which is the amendment of 38. It says, it says in subsection 5, by insertion of the following proviso, it says provided that where the final report of the senior census is published at or less than 24 months before the general elections, and data collected from the census shall not be used for determining the number of parliamentary representatives for the general elections. This is very serious, Mr. Chairman. The effect it has is that there is the sectional census, and this now is recognizing any delay caused deliberately in preparing the report for a sectional census.
So what do you suggest?
I am suggesting that we delete it.
Suggesting that we delete it?
Yes.
Let's go directly to the issues now.
Mr. Chairman, before the leader of government business comes in, I still find this process very difficult. The reason being, yesterday it was the APC in the tripartite that mentioned the one the senior census. Today it is the APC that is saying the senior census should be removed. What is the actual?
So you are suggesting that we maintain it.
Yes, now let's go.
Are you saying that
Allow me to go light on this post. The chairman, see, we have to give credibility to ourselves. As I said, once we keep on struggling internally to adjust ourselves, people outside disrespecting us. It is in black and white, tripartite recommendations. We have been shouting. I am not talking to please a gallery. I'm speaking to the document that we have acceded to. The tripartite recommendations, 38. Then they have the read. 38. This is not good for our country. It's really not good for us. That's why I see my colleagues and wait. 38, recommendation 38. The constitution to be amended so that the proviso of section 38(4) to be amended so that only the data from the senior census to be used for electoral purposes.
So because it was agreed in the tripartite agreement, so you want it maintained. You want it maintained, not
yes.
We stick a pin.
Let's not be consistent with the law.
Leader of the opposition, we are sticking a pin here.
Yes,
we proceed.
I agree with you.
We proceed. We proceed.
And also, Mr. Speaker.
What other area? We are now on page 7.
Just short one.
Yes.
It does not necessarily mean that what appears from what is the product of the tripartite recommendation. I'll tell you why. The search and nomination committee is in the tripartite, but they have kept targets. Why do they think that we should take what they want?
That's why I'm sticking a pin here, because I know it's contentious. Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't kick against it. I think we have to recall certain things that we do say. I said, because for the conscience we do serve ourselves and God. When we are in opposition, I was the director of admin at the SFPP office. I sat there for 2 years. Our partner, the girl who submitted this search and nomination committee. I was the one. I was part of the team.
It's all right.
So please note my words.
Yes.
This one, SFPPO, APCO, you all accept that.
It's all right. It's all right. Yes. So any other issue on page 7?
Yes, sir.
Any other issue on page 7?
Yes, sir. Independent candidates,
Independent candidates.
Go. We want to maintain.
Do you support independent candidates? For presidential. So, do you support it?
No, I want to back it with small explanation.
Yes.
But we want it to be guided by law. That whosoever may have been part of a political party 2 years before the election should not go independent.
I have heard it for time's sake. I have read this provision from 7 to it continues in page 8. Let me tell you, the section 38 of the Public Elections Act is very clear. When first the structure of you having PPRCs in registered political party. Here they are talking about checking if you are good in your community, financial status. No. Independent candidate, just look at 35 in registered political party. And let me tell you, sir, if you're selecting a candidate for presidential, we have to have the moral value in our presidential candidate. You are going through conventions, properly screened before you are nominated at PPRC or TEC. So why do we want to vote at that 35? I stand independent candidate.
What we are saying is that
no caveat.
We don't have
we don't want caveat. No caveat at all.
But you say
we don't want caveat.
Mr. Speaker,
you have to come into this. The issue of independent candidates. You cannot make laws to indiscriminate a section of the population. The independent candidate must be accepted into this debate. What is the caveat?
That is your position.
No, it's my position. Yes. With the caveat.
So, hold on, yes, it's noted.
Mr. Chairman,
the positions are very clear.
Mr. Chairman, I think my own proposition is this. While I am not against independent candidates, but it will require further amendments to other sections of the Constitution. For example, it will require us to amend section 35(1), which says it is political parties that present candidates for elections. It will also require us to amend section 41 paragraph B, which says for one to qualify to be a presidential candidate, you have to aspire under a political party. And it will also require us to amend section 35(4). If we are ready to do all of that, then
and all of those leader of the opposition, and all of those are not here. Not all of them are here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Like we said, we are very flexible. And there are times we are very flexible. We have demonstrated that countless.
So what did you say?
Yes, I am saying now
you accept
that I want to go with the proposal made by the leader of the
yes.
Yes.
So
and I want the public to note that
you are supporting him.
Yes, I'm supporting him.
You are supported him before. You are supported him before. So it's
Mr. Minister,
negotiation is give and take.
inform your transfers. That one goes. That one goes. We move on. Page 8. Page 8. Yes. Anything on page 8? Yes.
I have a problem with it.
Page 8. Which clause?
Page 8 is clause. It's paragraph E. It's clause 7, starting from page 7. It comes down to page 8 and paragraph E. I am also stating, Mr. Chairman, for the record, that a recommendation was made by the tripartite committee, and if you permit me, let me go read it quickly, which I think we should adopt. It says a constitutional amendment to section 42, subsection 2, paragraph E of this constitution, so that in the presidential elections, a candidate can only be elected on the first round if they paragraph A, obtain 50 plus 1 vote of the total valid vote cast nationally, and paragraph B, obtains 25% of the total valid vote cast in each district in at least half of the district of Sierra Leone. If the 2/3 thresholds are not met, there is a second round and the candidate with the highest number of valid votes cast will be declared elected. That is the proposal I want, and all the rest represented by the AG court. That is my submission.
Yes, leader of the opposition.
Yeah, what has been established here today is that basically we all agreed at the recommendations of the tripartite committee. But what is emanating now from both sides is quite different from what is stated. We are saying we have shifted totally. So we are saying on this side that the threshold for presidency should not be determined by this state, because the power to establish this state lies solely in the hands of the president on the advice of 3 people.
So what is your position?
So my position is, because we cannot go by this state, and because 50 plus 1 has an addendum, the addendum which is this state is to ensure that you have national appeal. That same national appeal could be achieved by 55%.
Leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First,
their position is 25%.
Yes. First, I have stood on several clauses with other colleagues, and I'm the leader of government business. By extension, I've been seen with sincerity to support our document. Order, please. I have had the submission made by my deputy speaker. I have had the submission made by Deputy Speaker, and that is his position. But for me, I will not throw this document under the bus. I see myself standing with the document to fight in the interest of the state. I have pushed for political inclusivity in representation. The AG said I have done consultation in the submission that they did in July 2025. The people have asked for other things to take place. I reminded him today about forming the PR system, reaching right across to the
to the executive level. And today, we are talking about inclusivity. Let me refer you to section 42, subsection 2E of the Constitution, Act number 6 of 1991. 55% is what we all go for. This is not achievable. It's not even practice in sub-region. We look for best practice. But, as I said, in the Western Europe, out of 28 countries, we have 21 countries practicing the PR system in their own forms of shape. Now, for political inclusivity, which I cannot throw this clause away, we have simple majority and also stand with the 20% as stated in this provision. Mr. Chairman,
20% in at least 2/3
you have a district.
Of the district of
I start with that one. Let me solve it now.
You want to stand with that?
Yes, sir. Let me not come.
He said 55%.
No, I mean coming. That's why I'm coming. You know, now 3 position now. He said the appetite. We cannot prepare document, shout about it, and want to create other books. This document we have discussed.
You know your position.
No, let me now. 55. When you go to 55%, which is subsection 2E. But when you come to F, Mr. Chairman, F, if I get 50 plus 1 or 51% plus 1, second round, 14 days, not even 1 month, 14 days you should do a rerun. But by natural something, SO2.
You want to maintain it?
All man they go to you, me, they maintain SO2.
It's all right.
This one we have as proposed to us.
It's all right, we are sticking the pin.
Yes.
Then we move on.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman, before you go,
yes.
I want him to know that in as much as the leader of government business submit, he has the liberty to submit his own position.
Yes.
Yeah, he submit his position. I want you to allow us to tell him that even within ourselves, for decency's sake, I'm challenging him that I will stand by my document, sir.
Yes,
so,
let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I will not take long. The leader is relying on the proposal brought to us. And I'm relying not only on an agreement entered into between the government of Sierra Leone and the ABC, but I'm also relying on the government white paper gazetted for the amendment of a provision that was not discussed in the constitutional review documents. So, for the records, the Royal Society, Campaign for Good Governance, and the rest, they insisted that no mention was made to section 42, subsection 2, paragraph E on the Justice Kawan recommendation. But however, the government white paper stated this, that additionally, government is of the view that the existing provision requiring that a candidate for election as president pulls in his favor not less than 55% of the valid vote cast has resulted in runoff elections at great cost to the national purse and national security and peace. The provision is also increasingly inconsistent with regional best practice. This is what government recommends now. Government is therefore proposing that the page 1159. Have you seen it? On the government white paper, I've distributed the white paper to all the leaders for the records, and I've sent it through our IT department to be uploaded in our tablets, so everybody have access to it. Have you seen it? So for the records, government recommendation. The government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand that a person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential election he has polled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. Mr. Chairman, as I am submitting, I am saying I believe the members on this side will for the first time support me, and they will encourage the leader of government business to believe in the position of governance, because the Honorable Gebao has said government is continuity, and this is a continuation of a government policy plus a proposal in an agreement. So, Mr. Chairman, I am saying under the principle of Acta Sunt Servanda, we are under obligation to respect international agreements. And this agreement was arbitrated by international arbiters. So for me,
read that position again.
So the position, let me read the government's recommendation. The government's recommendation is, government is therefore proposing that a threshold of more than 50% of the valid vote cast will suffice for a president to command legitimacy from the electorate. It will therefore stand.
50 plus 1.
So I'm going to read the rendition now. It will therefore stand that, this is the rendition now. A person shall not be elected as president of the Republic of Sierra Leone unless at the presidential elections he has pulled more than 50% of the valid vote cast in his favor. That is my submission.
It's just a question of syntax. It's the same thing. It's just the same thing.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my colleague on his other side attempting to take off from different positions. As I said in my submission, quoting also the opposition leader, that who cited, who played the tripartite. He cannot be supported. They signed this document, as he said, the APC and the SLPP, leaving out other political parties. I don't have a problem with that. But what is before me, for my aging, is simple majority and the district system, 20% in each other districts. He cannot even be supported by his own colleague on the other side, who has been shouting, trumpeting the tripartite recommendation. So why is he trying to convince my colleagues on this other side for them to vote for that position when APC on the other side is going against the position? My position is clear, sir. This is about the nation. My position is clear. That I cannot throw my documents under the bus as the APC is doing for the tripartite now. I stand with my man, the AG. I go for the 20% by district system and also simple majority. I arrest my case, sir. Let me I can receive my decision, sir. Point of order, sir. I can receive my decision if the honors to the apartheid arrangement between the SLPP and the APC that I'll be arbitrated by moral guarantor. But I cannot throw my own document under the bus. I will stand with my document.
I want us to get something right. You know, from the trend we're going, it seems as if the SLPP is taking two positions.
No. Point of order. Point of order, sir. Point of order. I beg you. No, I am the leader of government business.
For the news we dey around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change. They get the masses involved. Staff them everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Voices come. Credibility, now we ability news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, that's a get the power. They count on we, they count on we anyhow. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, God begin the security power. If you call on me, count on me any hour. Liberty we want, like an eagle we fly. Liberty TV day before. Climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Hi yeah, give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, God picking the security power. He count on me, he count on me anyhow. Give the news, give the view, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, God picking the security power. He call on me, count on me anyhow. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. For the news with the around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change. They get the masses involved. Staffs them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Credibility, now we ability news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, God picking the security power. He count on me, he count on me anyhow. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, God begin the security power. If you call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we want, like an eagle we fly. Liberty TV day before. Climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Hi yeah, give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, God picking the security power. He count on me, he count on me anyhow. Give the news, give the view, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, God begin the security power. We call on me, count on me anyhow. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism.
Deliberations, looking at the options available to us, the committee recommended that members of parliament go with the proposal made in the tripartite report, which was moved from the 55% threshold to a threshold of 50 plus 1 plus 25% in half of the voting districts. That was a recommendation arrived at by the technical committee And we also added, if this House is inclined to dispose of the district treasury requirement, we will still recommend that a 50+1% threshold be adopted by this House. That was the recommendation of the committee, and that will be the recommendation of my office.
Well, the opposition has stated clearly that they cannot accept that. So we are stick
on this side because the leader of
opinion.
No, don't speak for me.
They have cleared that part. They have cleared. The opposition has said that they would accept that. All they want is 55%. The government page is saying 50+1. Or more than 50%.
No, the minister is under our jurisdiction at the moment. I have just supported him because I don't want to present a picture as if I'm very inconsistent with government. I want to align myself now. I have listened to you.
Leader of government business, we have done
Mr. Chairman, let me make my position for the good of all.
Don't repeat your position.
No, I'm not repeating that. He has said what I supported the document, I reneged from doing it. He has moved to Honorable Tawari. What we don't have in any document in front of us is section 42, which did not address anything in front of us. My colleague has just brought in 42. 2. For me, the documents we have in front of us, 1, we have the tripartite. 2, we have this one, the bill. I am now squarely aligning myself with my AG, turning the curve, align ourselves with the Deputy Speaker. To respect the tripartite recommendation. To respect the tripartite recommendation. I cannot sit to throw my AG on that. We have to be, you see the people who have a place of confidence table should also have respect for us with the document to present to this nation. That is the reason I am moving my position from that of the government, which is a drop my proposal in supporting the minister. Boom! We are for tripartite, Mr. Chairman. We have a tripartite recommendation, sir. On this one, for tripartite. Yes, sir.
Yes, the leader of the opposition. Somebody else?
Yes, sir.
Honorable?
Yes, sir.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. Our positions have been very consistent since we began this debate. And you would note that why we are not constantly influencing the tripartite and the recommendations, because we've seen them debating against what is the recommendation. The recommendations in the tripartite agreement. We've seen them debating against it. So we are saying now, the one surety that we have is that, according to them, the percentage, the district percentage, is to ensure that whoever becomes president has national appeal. That person must be able to have substantial vote in certain districts. But there is a bottleneck there. There is a catch there. What is the catch? The catch is the powers to establish this lies in the hands of the president, on the advice of the Chief Electoral Commissioner, on the advice of the Finance Minister and the Local Government Minister. He can establish new districts. So what if we pass this law and at the end of the day, districts are established? You know what is So we are insisting. Because of the fact that there are no safeguards. So let us have the national appeal based on the number of votes we do. We have not argued. We have argued that it is difficult to have the 55%, but we have not argued that it is not attainable. We've had a candidate who 70% of the total number of votes. We've had it, you understand? So it is achievable. So because it is achievable, so that there is national appeal. Whosoever becomes president must have that authority, must have legitimacy right across the district instead of just.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something? I sense from the leader that we are having a convergence, little by little. He said they are not too opposed to the 50+1, but because of the bottlenecks, I'm coming, because of the supposed bottlenecks that he has suggested. So I am also conceding that we stick just to 50+1 and we remove the threshold from the districts there, so that you will not be worried about districts. Now I am conceding for
again, my brother here did not get me well. I am saying I saw the essence of the district. And what is the essence of the district? For national appeal. But because it will be appeals, because there are no safeguards, and I still want to insist on the national appeal. 50+1 would not get a national appeal. We'll have a president who has a national appeal, like 55%. So I am still insisting that we go to.
Your positions are very clear.
Mr. Chairman.
Stay put on the debate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, please. We are presenting as if we have simple majority.
I will stand this house down very soon. Very, very soon. I am continuing to warn you, Mr. and you are doing the same thing.
Mr. Chairman.
When you state your position, allow me to move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, because you gave me that.
Because the position that is important. I don't want to debate. We have debated already.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me now go. Mr. Chairman,
very soon I'm standing the house down. But for 1 hour. And nobody will go anywhere.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, perhaps people don't know. Mr. Chairman, perhaps people don't know. 55% is just a caveat. No first-in presidential candidates has ever got 55%. No, it has never happened. Since 1996, first in, your first inning as candidates, nobody has got it. They have never got it. They have never got 55% in their first inning. Let me now come. But to talk about lesser memory, when we run up with Khalifa Smart, we got over 70% in the second term. Arnold Life Roman did not get it. Madabio did not get it. So let's go now. Let me read E, 42(2)E. No person shall be elected as president of Sierra Leone unless at a presidential election they have put not less than 55% of the valid vote. F. Mr. Chairman, I want to see you smiling. We love you so much.
Yes,
Chairman.
I know.
Chairman, we love you.
I'll be the last to smile.
We love you, Chairman. In default, Mr. Chairman, in default of a candidate being duly elected under paragraph E, the two candidates with the highest number or numbers of votes shall go forward to a second election, which shall be held within 14 days of the announcement of the result of the previous elections. And a candidate pulling the higher number of votes, you see, not even 50+1, no. Higher number of votes, they didn't not say 50+1. Higher number of votes cast in his favor shall be declared the president. So a simple majority. So what do you want to maybe go round, to come to simple majority? Then we come to talk about, I can get 40 something, you get this other number. Simple majority. 14 days. What will change? No, Mr. Chairman, I am a leader, he's a leader. Let him allow me to learn. I'm giving you floor by you. No, wait. No, I still not, because I am not proving any point. I am proving, Mr. Chairman, I'm proving a point to the law. I have said it, I don't blow the gallery. If I want to blow the gallery, turn this way.
50+1 also.
Me, I have said
50+1.
Yeah, for genuinity's sake.
Yes.
Nobody should renege.
Is conceived already.
Thank you. Nobody should renege from his own
documents. Even members of the gallery, everybody here knows your position now.
50+1. I concede.
They too, their position is very clear. 55%. No matter what you say, the position is clear. Not so? It's 55%. What do you want to add to that?
Mr. Speaker, the positions are clear. But the reason why we ask you most times to allow us to respond, we are dealing with people, and the people's judgment on this parliament depends not on our resolution, but on our very argument.
It's noted. You could have done that during the debate.
And that's exactly what
all of these points,
asking.
all of these issues came up during the debate. You are just saying the same thing.
So when I'm begging your office, Mr. Speaker, if that is the resolution, do not allow us to continue making points and limit the other people. Or else,
nobody is limiting anybody here. Don't cast this law on me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Now, so leader of the opposition. Yes, we move on to page 9. Page 9. Strictly page 9.
Yes, page 9. G plus 7G. That is the amendment of.
Plus what? Page 9?
Yeah, page 9.
Page 9 plus
7G.
Plus 7G.
Yes.
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 Yes, leader of the opposition.
Yes, a person disqualified with the declaration of the Chief Electoral Commissioner that the candidate has not been duly elected under paragraph F may file a petition at the Supreme Court within 3 days.
Within 3 days.
Of the declaration.
Yes, I think that is. Yes, 3 days. No.
You cannot wait.
Leaders, 3 days. 3 days.
So I want to. Yes, I want to appeal that we make it 14 days.
Bring that to 14 days, not so. Instead of 3 days,
the chairman is already in the public relations act. This one, I don't know if you can do 7 days.
7 days. I think 7 days is okay. No? 7
working days. That's how we have it.
7 working days, not weekends. 7 working days. Okay, this is accepted. Mr. Minister, take note. Page 9.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if it is accepted, it cannot be accepted until a motion is moved on it.
Hold on, we are coming to that.
We have never moved the motion since we began.
Wait, you don't need. Hold on, hold on, you don't even need to move a motion. When you come to the passing of the bill, all that goes. All that goes. You don't need a motion for that. As long as you pass the bill, everything goes. Yes, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I think firstly, all these provisions relating to election petitions, like the leader said, I believe should be in the election petition rules and not in the constitution. But beyond that, be that as it may, even in the same paragraph G, there's a negative connotation there.
G?
Yes. And what I mean by this is, it says a person dissatisfied with the declaration of the Chief Electoral Commissioner that a candidate has not been duly elected. That is where the person has not been duly elected. But if the Chief Electoral Commissioner declares the person as elected, what happens then? I think the intention was or is, if someone is declared elected, then someone will petition
the import, Honorable Timbo, the import here is that the Chief Electoral Commissioner would have declared, but somebody is dissatisfied.
Declared what?
The winner, of course.
That's the winner. The person
is dissatisfied with the declaration of the Chief Electoral Commissioner.
Continue.
What?
Continue reading, sir.
That a candidate has not been duly elected.
Has not
a person dissatisfied.
Yes.
Not the Electoral Commissioner. He would have declared the winner. But somebody is dissatisfied.
No, there is no winner.
That person
is not duly elected. No winner.
No, there is a winner.
Read it.
What do you think, yes, Mr. Minister, what do you think the Chief Electoral Commissioner will
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me clarify, please.
What do you think the Chief Electoral Commissioner
No, I'm happy to clarify.
Yes, please proceed.
I think the mistake is to read paragraph G on its own. Because it says that a person dissatisfied with the declaration of the Chief Electoral Commissioner that a candidate...
No. Have you looked at it?
Yes, yes. A person dissatisfied with the declaration of the Chief Electoral Commissioner that a candidate has not been duly elected under F. Go to F. F says the Chief Electoral Commissioner shall, in default of a candidate being duly elected, under paragraph E, declare the need for a runoff election. So that is if someone wants to petition a runoff election, right? F has to do with a runoff election, wherein the Electoral Commissioner declares that a person has not won in the first round and declares a need for a runoff election, and then someone wants to petition that. That is G. So you read G, it makes reference to F, and then you connect it to F. So that's the connection, but of course, we also concede that 3 days can be moved to 7 days. That was only for elections that will go into a runoff. If a candidate has not been duly elected and that there is a need for a runoff, then someone wants to petition that. That is G.
So what happens when, Mr. Chairman, someone is declared duly elected, but a dissatisfied person says, no, I'm not satisfied that person was duly elected. What happens in that case?
Yeah, that is where it goes.
That is exactly what this doesn't apply to.
That is where it goes.
No, this is why it
I can see. You are insistent on the use of the word winner. Is that what you are insisting on?
It should not be, has not been duly elected.
No, that syntax is properly placed.
I don't know if you
I can show you properly.
Mr. Chairman.
There are two scenarios.
Yes, these are just one answer. Yes, what he's saying is that there can be two scenarios. One is where there is a runoff.
Let me tell you what.
And
Let me tell you what Honorable Timbo is doing. He's just being philosophical.
No, sir. No, sir.
He's just being philosophical.
No, sir. Let me land.
The issue, of course, I saw Honorable Cheriko go around. Oh, it's gone. He would have told you. It's properly placed.
No, yes. Let me answer.
Yes.
What he's saying is that there are two scenarios of dissatisfied people or people not declared winners. The first scenario is when there is a runoff. Nobody is declared winner. The second scenario is when there is a winner and somebody has not been declared winner. So when there is a winner and somebody has not been declared winner and the person is dissatisfied, that's
and the problem with him, your lecturer who drafted.
Mr. Chairman.
So sit down.
Mr. Chairman.
You know, if you begin to read before G, then you understand.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We have got smooth transition in this country. Yes. From opposition to ruling. From ruling, then winning an election to ruling. We have not got a situation where we have some SO2 stars. We have had smooth transitions. We have already had the provisions. These provisions have before. So, Mr. Chairman, I want us to look at 42.3. 42.3 for proper transition of the Constitution.
Is that page 9?
No, it's in the Constitution. Yes. 42.3. 42.3. A person elected to the office of president under this section shall assume that office on the day upon which he is declared by the returning officer, upon the date that his predecessor's term of office expires, whatever is the latter. Public Elections Act, Section 54.
Is that related to page 9?
Yes. Yes.
because they're talking about petition, when you have, when you look at that, you are going through from that page, sir. When you talk about this, all this is going, leading you to the petition right up to declaration of presidential. They are all interrelated. So I'm bringing your attention fast to what you are about to learn at. Where you are going to look at the gap in creating a provision for transition clause. Mr. Chairman, 54.4. We said a person 54.2. A declaration by the Supreme Court that the election of the president is not valid shall not prejudice anything done by the president before the declaration. Mr. Chairman, we don't want, I quoted these provisions because we already addressed the issues. Even when we petitioned the 2012 elections, we still had the president at that time. We did not create vacuum. They are not saying you should have to create a space where you cannot petition. We can still have the declaration done by the returning officer, and you can go ahead to go to court. Says this is the winner, so be it. So we cannot continue to, we are not creating vacuum. All of the laws are intertwined, we have never created. This law has been in existence, this provision. And this provision is trying to create a vacuum, and which is not accepted.
Which one is that?
Mr. Chairman, behind.
Which one is that?
The same provision in 9, rolling down to the presidential election. They are all going together.
Which one? Which one? Are you on page 9?
Yes, sir. Rolling down to page 10, 9, 10.
No, we are on page 9.
Yeah, but it's leading to page 10, sir.
Which clause is that?
For the one you have about petitions, page 10. The petition.
No, hold on, we are
it's 10. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's in 10. That's what we are saying.
We haven't gone to page 10.
Yes, so what
okay.
Put your mic on.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The answer is on page 10. So the issue raised by Thibault, that just in case somebody is the winner, the answer is on page 10. Thibault, just read. Honorable Thibault, just read on 10 and see where it says a person elected to the office under this section shall assume office where a petition is not filed challenging in the Supreme Court on the 7th day after the date of the declaration of the result of the presidential election. So where somebody is elected president, you have 7 days to file a petition.
Where does it say so?
Come again, do not to public.
Where does it say the person, if it's not petition, wins? Is declared the winner.
It's on 10. Look at it.
So there's no law that says if you're declared winner, you can be petitioned within 7 days. There's nothing in this provision.
Yeah, look at it.
Read 10 again. No. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go page by page.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, sit down, please. Sit down.
I want to stand on SC.
No, sit down, please. Sit down. Let's go, honorable members, let's go page by page. We are now on page 9. If you have issues with any of the clauses, raise those specific issues. When you go to page 10, you raise the specific issues relating to specific clauses. We are dealing with this clause by clause. Page 9. Jay, yes.
So, just a clarification for the AG. If we have agreed for these 3 days to change, we change to 7 working days, the same thing goes for the 14 days. for the Supreme Court to determine the petition within 14 days. 14
Of course.
Then, yeah, we have to make it explicit here.
Yes.
14 working days.
We mean working days. Fridays and Saturdays are non-days. Literally, Fridays and Saturdays are non-days. So you don't need to add the word
Mr. Chairman, my position is
we have some rules.
We are making laws.
Hold on, we have some rules. We have some rules that will not take into account weekends when it is 3 days. For more than 3 days, weekends are taken into account. So that's all the more reason why you need to be specific.
Fine.
Because there are certain Supreme Court rules that will refer to the High Court rules. Because there are no provisions in the Supreme Court rules dealing with those specific issues. So they will refer you back to the High Court rules. And in the High Court rules, more than 3 days. If we are talking about 3 days, then weekends will not be considered. But more than 3 days, let's say 7 days, 14 days, weekends are considered as days. So that's all the more reason why you need to be very specific. You need to be very clear on either the days are working days or not. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think that's the more reason. This is the grown up.
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think more reason. This is the grown up. Yes. This is an ordinary bill. So
I think that's fair. And 14 working days, that too is also fair. Any other query?
So you know where it appears.
Yes. Yes. Because to put together evidential materials for filing is not a child's play, especially for elections. So that's all the more reason why we need to give enough, latitude, so that people have enough time to go around, collect their evidence, collect them to be able to file.
Wherever it appears.
Yes. So let's say 7 working days, 14 working days.
Wherever it appears.
Yes. So let's say 7 working days, 7 days, 7 working days. Okay. I think even the minister will be comfortable with that also.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a proposal.
Yes.
Going by what the Honourable Member of Parliament, Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Timbo, recommended, as well as recommendations made by the leader of government business, that the procedure for petitions, that would be the entirety of page 9, from G to page 11, that would be B2. The entire procedure for filing of petitions, we will recommend that these get expunged from the bill and moved into the public.
Which one?
From paragraph G on page 9.
Yes.
That's about the procedure. Like, I'm person dissatisfied with the declaration. So G, H, I, J, K, I, and going to the entirety of
up to B.
Yes, up to B
on page
10.
Yes.
And then of course by extension on by extension to 4 on page 11. We recommend that all of those procedures be expunged from the bill and will move into the Public Elections Act.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you are talking. I think Honorable Timbo, you breathe again. That's all? You breathe again. Timbo, I think got the point. It's only that we are moving it He hasn't got the point. We are just moving the provision somewhere else. Yes. So we move on to page 11. The second half of page 11. No, we have moved all of this. All of that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, hold on. So, are we? So, honorable members, we've gotten rid of the whole of page 9, 10, and the upper half of page 11. So we are now going to clause 8 downwards. Clause 8 downwards. Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Minister.
I will move that clause 8, 43.1. The 43.1 be removed from the bill for now.
43.1.
Yes.
Clause 3.1, that's all.
There's 43.1, yeah. There's amendment of section 43.1, yeah.
Honorable members, leaders, the minister has just moved that we remove 43.1. Is he accepted? Yes. Accepted? Yes. Accepted. Okay, we proceed.
Still page 11, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
No, it's 40.
Hold on,
sorry, sir. It's 40.
Hold on now, honorable.
It's 8.
Is it the whole of 43?
No. That's my question. It's 43, only 43. That's 8 plus 8. When you have 43.1, only move. We have
3, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. No. There is 3, 2 and 3, okay. 2 and 3, okay. Yes. AG, look at it.
Yes. Yes, Minister.
Yeah, so we say clause 8. That has to do with 43. The amendment to 1 and 2. The expunged. 3 to stay. Yes.
3 states.
Yes.
3 states. So 43, 1 and 2 goes. Hold on. Yes, honorable director.
Then how can the laundry? How can the laundry now?
Yeah, we just adjust the number. That will be
3 states. But the laundry.
Yeah, the number will change. Yes, honorable Tipu.
43.
Yes.
It says in the event that a presidential candidate is standing trial on a criminal charge to which the state is a party, what happens in cases of private criminal summons?
Well, that's private. The state has no control of private.
No, you have the power to not live in private, right?
No, you can't. Let's not go there. Because the state has total control over state prosecution. But over those other private criminal someone has to.
So it continues, but you
so let's not go into right? Let's not go into private proceedings.
So but what if there's a private case, there's a private criminal someone?
We allow the candidate to settle that, sir.
So if he cannot,
who does not want to be a friend of the presidential candidate?
Mr. Chairman. Somebody was just
so even a political party can just approach that person and say drop his name. Can we
just maybe, Mr. Chairman?
I am there too. Yes, Honorable Tibo.
Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that the reason why, or the idea behind this, is to prevent the presidential candidate not to be going back and forth in a criminal matter when he should be busy campaigning. So whether it's the state or private person, he still will have to appear in court whenever there's an adjourned date. So for the avoidance of all these challenges, I am suggesting or proposing that.
And you think a political party can't handle that?
Well, what if it comes from PDP?
Don't forget.
What if it comes from Mohamed Bandura? What if it comes from Mohamed Bandura against Usman Timbo? It's not impossible. He said this will keep on busy. That's what it can be done.
And Mr. Minister, you address this one.
I think, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I think, of course, our justice system allows for private criminal prosecutions. And the law also allows for the Attorney General to take over such private criminal summons and continue or discontinue them. It's an exercise of discretion, and I would advise against putting a clause in the Constitution that will significantly impact the rights of an individual to seek justice for a matter that is really a genuine accountability question. Now the thing is, I would say, I think we all talk about the letters and the spirit of the Constitution. I think if the state or say the Attorney General really determines the exercise of that discretion, that such prosecution undermines the spirit of this provision, then I think they should act in that case. But I think putting it as a constitutional requirement would be what the problem is. In any case, under the new Criminal Procedure Act, frivolous prosecution could actually land the person into trouble. It's law. If you really determine that the prosecution...
Okay, so what Honorable Timbo is saying, that we just delete to which the state is a party. To which the state is a party. And it will now read, in the event that the presidential candidate is standing trial on a criminal charge 1 year prior to the election, such trial shall be suspended until after the election. So you remove to which the state is a party.
Mr. Speaker.
Then that one becomes general.
Mr. Speaker, I always like to say I had the honor of serving on the tripartite committee.
Yes.
And I remember we discussed this proposal. Originally, the recommendation read exactly the way you have articulated it, or in line with the honorable member's suggestion. But the concern was that if you leave it like that, it's actually an overreach to require the Constitution. It's every matter, whether it's a genuine criminal matter instituted by a private individual that has gone on for some time, even before the person becomes a candidate. What if someone becomes a candidate just because they want this matter discontinued? That is a concern, and so that is why, as a safeguard, we deliberately inserted the requirement that it has to be a prosecution to which the state is a party. That way, the state can exercise its powers to suspend such prosecution. But in the case of a private individual prosecuting a matter of legitimate concern to them, except if that prosecution will undermine the spirit of this provision. In that case, say the prosecution is frivolous. Then the state has a responsibility to protect the provisions in this constitution. But to require every private individual to get their own prosecutions suspended, we thought that would be an overreach. So it will be our recommendation that we keep the requirement that it has to be a matter to which the state is a party.
Any other point on page 11?
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, hold on, Honorable. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, this is a bit legal, but we are politicians. As a political party, we have experienced the situation of our former leader in 2002 and 2007.
What leader?
Ernest Ibike, Ernest Koroma. Whilst we were going to court, all those court matters were settled by individuals. But the impact, what we are asking for is, the reason for this law is to allow the candidates and political party to run the elections. We are not saying the matter should be dropped entirely, but for that period under review, for the stability of our democracy, imagine we have to be going to court, at the same time we have to be campaigning for lower level elections.
No, this is limited to presidential candidates.
No, that's it. The presidential candidate is part of the party. In our party, it becomes like he was the leader and chairman of the party. At the same time, he was there to court on other issues. We are not saying take the matter off him totally, but for the period of 1 year, that's what we are appealing for. We've seen it.
I think, Chairman, the Minister.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Well, if you closely study the sub-regional politics, you will agree with me that there are people who use private persons. You will agree that there are people who use private persons to just make allegations against presidential. Let me give you an illustrative example. When you look at Senator, Sonko was to be presidential candidate because he had turned up rape charges against him. He was disqualified by the court. He did not run. Instead, he called Faye to run as president. And at the end of the day, after they won, they fled. And that was when they knew it was just a trump-up charge. Somebody else could come up against any candidate and build up a case against that candidate.
We are not saying drop the
matter. Are saying now, let us don't drop the matter. But let us ensure that matter does not interfere into the candidate.
It should be contentious. Leader.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this clause really committed because
Governor Samora, I know you had this particular case with that of the housing issue at you know, for private matters, it's well addressed by the CP, Criminal Procedure Act. Very clear, we are not doing that. We are saying what we call political witch hunt is what we want to discourage. The state, you know how the state is powerful. The state is very powerful. But if the presidential candidate is well supported by their political party, but if the presidential candidate is well supported by their political party, for example, the election to the APC, for you just to come as a private person to go after a presidential candidate, but the state, we are trying to prevent the state not to bring a witch hunt towards the presidential candidate, as in the case of Dr. Samora. So what happened? He dropped that one, even when there was no provision in the law. So he said, no, the president said, let us suspend that case after election. We know if you just go ahead to win the election, and that one is a different matter. So in this case, we are saying the state, this is a caveat to protect the presidential nominated by the political party. We don't want the state to change that presidential candidate if they see that candidate to be a potential winner. We don't want them to use it.
So this can either way.
Either way.
So what I want us to do, I think it's reasonable in the circumstances.
Yes, to have
you can just just get rid of that. Whether for private criminal summons or it's reasonable. It's not supposed to be contentious anyway. Yes, we just get rid of it. So that nobody will use any private individual to bring a case and yes. So Mr. Minister, I think it's reasonable the circumstances.
Mr. Chairman.
So we can just delay. No, Mr. Chairman, we the state is a party.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Oh. Mr. Chairman, I have been in the opposition where people have wanted to bring law to this chamber to vilify presidential candidates. We stood firm. The presidential candidate you have that you remember there on the other side that those who are involved in who eligible for presidential elections. Our parliamentarians stood firm.
Assuming we have this law.
This law is preventing the state not to bring criminal presidential candidates.
What about private individuals?
No, they do the criminal procedure act. That's a separate entity.
It's reasonable.
The state is so powerful. They must. Imagine for Dr. Samora Kamara at the US.
You can even be presidential candidate.
So they would want the state. Mr. Chairman, can you permit me to read the provision slowly so we can follow? Slowly. In the event that a president.
Let me tell you some history.
All right, sir.
Somebody stood in this world and insisted on his prison. It was that very law that killed this. So when we have to be extremely careful when we make laws. You can be a presidential candidate tomorrow, and somebody, they will just go and bribe somebody to say, oh, he raped me. But this is politics. Don't forget that this is politics. So this one is not going to hurt anybody anyway. So it's reasonable in the circumstances for all politicians. All politicians. It's reasonable for all of us.
But let me come again. You are saying we put a clause to put it for private.
Whether private, whether state, let's just so nobody brings a case. Nobody brings a case.
Okay, now I can see now. I can see. Oh, sorry, I break it down.
1 year.
No, sorry. Well, I can see.
So it's reasonable in the circumstances. Mr. Minister, that one is reasonable in the circumstances.
Noted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
So, yes, Honorable Giver.
Mr. Chairman, I hope both sides of the argument we are in agreement with the re-restoration of the powers of Parliament when it comes to issues of removing the President and the Vice President in circumstances where he or she loses his membership in his political party. Because what Section 49 is asking us to add is that in a circumstance where a sitting President or Vice President is to lose his membership in his political party, such President cannot be removed from office unless it is referred to Parliament and the vote of 2/3 of members of Parliament support such a bill.
That goes even for the Vice President.
Yes, so that will be re-restoring the importance of this House as a child with the responsibility of making law and taking care of the law that is still in existence that says the President can sack the Vice President because he has to bring executive authority as it happened in the case of Samson Ado. I hope we are all in agreement with that.
Yes, we are still on page 11.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
we want to be consistent with the extant law. Mr. Chairman, Clark, I'm expecting that it's been moving around for us to have some company.
yes.
I want to be consistent with the extant.
Yes.
I see the expulsion.
Which one?
D. Page 11. We have a parliament by a resolution supported by two-thirds majority of all the members of parliament. A vote to remove the president following his recognition of.
It should be president and vice president. Oh, vice president.
There's another provision.
Oh, there's another
in the next page.
Okay, great.
So we just say we amend that sponsor removal. It's removal. It will be inconsistent with 51.
Yes. Yes, certainly.
Yes.
I think the opposition is against.
No, but they are supporting me.
I think that is clear.
Can we go to the next page?
The next page, yes.
The issue I have with this, the clauses are interconnected.
The clauses?
Yes. When you look at section 41, it says for you qualify to be a president. Going back, and you must be qualified to be a member of parliament. You must be qualified to be a member of parliament. Going back to 77(1)(k), which shows that if you lose your membership in your political party, you automatically lose your seat in parliament. It disqualifies you a member of parliament. So by extension, you are not equally qualified to be vice president or president, because the law states that for you to be president or vice president, you must be qualified to be a member of parliament. So I want to appeal that is paid to that equally. I don't know if you get me.
I don't understand.
You don't understand? You understand? Yes, what I'm saying, for the disqualification for the vice president, if you look at section, it's clear, section 41, the section that leads to the vice president. For you to be eligible to be vice president, you must belong to a political party, and you must also be qualified member of parliament. And for you to be qualified to be a member of parliament, you must be qualified in section 77. It states that if you lose your membership in your political party, you are automatically not qualified to be a member of parliament. You could lose your seat. It could be where a vice president or a president is disqualified. He is not qualified to be a member of parliament. Also apply to give due considerations to those who allow.
Because these are two different scenarios. We are comparing two different scenarios. You know, of course, you come to parliament, you represent political parties. Together. The moment you are elected president and vice president, you represent the state and not a political party. You know, some of these things that happen, you don't represent any political party there. You are for the state. But when you come to parliament, you come here representing a political party. And except if you come as an independent member of parliament, then you represent yourself and your constituents. But when you come here, in addition to representing your constituents, you represent your political party. And the political party has to have some form of control over you. Some form of control. So that's why these states are indicated. So that there's some small control over you. Otherwise, people go haywire. because it's the political parties that will give you their symbol anyway. They give you, you go on your floor begging them for their symbol. So they should have some form of control over you. That's the point. Yes. Yes. Yes, we are close. Is it close 10?
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
In the qualification for you to be elected as a vice president, don't forget both of them are voted for. Both of them. We are saying we want to use the same provision in the Constitution, Section 51, specifically, let me go to 5. We already have the case law, law. We are using provision to reconcile properly APC, because they still have some manner with them. They're very magnanimous to them. Because we move with two things that happen. Okay, no, I'm not going there. I'm addressing the case law. First, tribunal was not done. We did not get a court tribunal. Secondly, Parliament was completely omitted in the process of removing the Vice President. Now the Supreme Court, they gave their ruling. We are still dealing with the ruling. As I speak, we don't have to have the situation. We said earlier, we want to check the executive powers of the President.
We are not paying.
Yes, the same provision is removal. We don't want excessive power in the hands of the President. Removing Auditor General. What we did in this house, we set up the tribunal and we brought that report to Parliament. We went through the process of removing the then Auditor General. Mr. Chairman,
hold on, please, members, can we take 10 minutes break? Just 10 minutes. Let me assure you, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Please.
Alright, once again we say good evening from wherever you're watching us from.
We look for the news with the around. Log into Liberty TV online. Positively we they get the masses involved. Staffs them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, voices come. Aye, yeah, credibility, now we are building news. Give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. The count on me, the count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. You call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like a nigga we fly. Liberty TV day before. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, voices down. Aye, yeah. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. The count on me, the count on we anyhow. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. The call on me, count to me anyhow. We speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. For the news we dey around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change, they get the masses involved. Staffs them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, voices come. Aye, yeah, credibility, now we are building news. Give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. The count on me, the count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. You call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like a nigga we fly. Liberty TV day before. We climb the mountain just to get the news. Go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, voices down. Aye, yeah. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. The count on me, the count on we anyhow. Give the news, give the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. You call on me, count to me anyhow. We speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. around. Log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change. They get the masses involved. Staff them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, hey, voices come. Aye, hey. Credibility, now we ability news. Give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He count on me, he count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like a nigga we fly. Liberty TV day before. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Hi yeah, voices down. Hi yeah, give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He count on me, he count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He call on me, count to me anyhow. We speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. Speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. For the news we dey around. Log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change. They get the masses involved. Staff them everywhere, everywhere. We climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, hey, voices come. Aye, yeah, hey. Credibility, now we ability news. Give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We
Zandu, calling members of parliament, mostly in terms of
man them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He count on me, he count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. Human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He call on me, count on me anyhow. Liberty we ride, like a nigga we fly. Liberty TV day before. Climb the mountain just to get the news. We go down the slums to get the views. Aye, yeah, voices down. Aye, yeah. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He count on me, he count on we anyhow. Give you the news, give you the views, the tell where you want them. Government issues, democracy, now we not the answer. We human them, girl picking, there's a get the power. He call on me, count on me anyhow. We speak free and fearless, inclusive journalism. speak free and fearlessly, inclusive journalism. For the news we dey around, log into Liberty TV online. Positively we bring the change, they get the masses involved, staff them everywhere.
Complete. Michelle, all days, I don't know. They say you need a lot in Michelle. No, I'm possible. I'm buying it. I'm not sure. What are you giving me?
Honorable members, pages 12 and 13. Page 12 and 13.
Mr. Chairman, before we continue, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to come back to this business of Parliament actually having power by resolution to remove the president. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I was on my legs when you had.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that is
yes, hold on. Yes.
No, that is true. I
Let's
see
do that. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I made submission in the interest of governing the small states. We have all argued that we should respect the rule of law.
Honorable members, we are adjourning exactly 11:30.
All right. Thank you for tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, we can understand certain this is a protocol, and what you are doing, refer to them as electoral reforms. These electoral reforms are geared towards looking at issues that affect the electoral system. But not by electoral system, the president and the vice president are voted for. Both of them could have nominated the same man. So we have seen the removal of the vice president and the previous administration without making proper consideration to section 51 of the Constitution. So what we are saying, that political party removal alone cannot determine the removal of the vice president of the nation. Because
I think it's an agreed point, not so?
We agree?
Not so? I think we all agree on that.
That we agree on expulsion to remove that. We are trying to reaffirm section 51 of the Constitution that the removal of the vice president.
This also should not be contentious, not so? Is it?
I thought it was passed.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's not my intention to take you back. But I believe, having gone through the provision on 43,
No.
Page 11.
Yes, it should not talk. This man is a problem with you. Mr. Chairman,
Hold on. Yes.
So if we said we agreed on that one, the removal, not party, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, that's what it's okay.
So, go ahead.
Yes, Deputy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I realize the minister's proposal was to remove the entirety of clause 8. And in the end, what was agreed on?
Not the entirety.
So I am proposing that we remove the entirety of 8. Because if we are saying we are providing some blankets, if I have my genuine matter that has commenced in the court, say for sexual penetration against someone who intends to aspire for residency, who may have tampered with the daughter, and my case has started 2 years before his aspiration, should my case be suspended because of his aspiration? I think that would be injurious to my life.
No, hold on, Deputy Speaker. The issue is with the presidential candidate. You must have won the primaries, and you now have the ticket of your political party. You are a whole candidate. You are a flag bearer candidate.
Mr. Speaker, I thought
you are a flag bearer candidate.
We've passed this.
We've passed that.
But if we are taking democratic best practice in the US, and I'm talking about candidate, I was still attending.
This is not the US.
So I believe the same should be done so as to protect the fundamental human rights of the person that is approaching the court for justice.
Of course, we are not killing the case. We are not killing the case. We are just taking trade for.
No, he did.
Deputy, they are not getting rid of the case. They are just allowing you, within 1 year, to say, okay, we put a hold on this case until the conclusion.
Mr. Chairman, we are saying that my pursuit of justice will be suspended because somebody has been elected as a presidential candidate.
Being elected as a presidential candidate in Sierra Leone
puts a hold on my own
in the country as Sierra Leone. It's a very serious matter, young man. It's a very serious matter. 1 year to elect. It's a very serious matter. 1 year to elect. And we should treat that as very, very serious.
Mr. Chairman, I think when we are talking about presidential candidates, we must also realize
elected president is his case. Even if you have your case and that person is elected president, where would you go with that case? It's a serious matter. Where would you go with that kind of case? But the first thing you would do is to just throw the entire case out, and probably, if you are stubborn enough, comes against you because we are all human.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. What happens is that...
It's a way of even protecting you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, what happens is that before we vie for political offices, they ask us for police clearance. And the purpose of the clearance is for vetting. So if you are a criminal or you've committed a crime, it will be stated in the clearance. So for anybody who becomes a presidential candidate, must have been cleared by the police. And you cannot commit that crime whilst you are a presidential candidate. Why not? It's not for you to go and live and you are a presidential candidate.
You're right. The police, even the right of the police to prosecute or to investigate, have been waived by this law. This law is passed.
What is likely, sir, is for the fact that whosoever wants to be president, a case is fabricated against you.
No, this is saying whosoever that becomes a presidential candidate is insulated from further prosecution or from investigation. Yes, you are insulated against the personal right of an individual, the person that has approached the court.
Yes,
so I think we should just delete everything, export everything, and stick to what we have, because the minute you are elected a presidential candidate for whatever political party, the power of the police to screen you has been waived by the law already. They cannot screen you for it because you are already protected by the law that you are now a presidential candidate, and nothing that is an infraction with the law should be continued against you. So I believe we should make
it's a bit different. It's different, sir. What this law is saying is that they suspend proceedings. Like for example, 1 year to election.
When you are elected a presidential candidate, it's because when you are suspending my right to approach the court. So
1 year to election.
It doesn't matter if you have committed a crime and have approached the court for justice. It's not because you are elected a candidate that my right should stop. My right should be suspended because you are pursuing a case or because you are pursuing your own personal interest. My right should not be suspended for that.
Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. We are taking a pin there. We'll move on.
Yeah, Mr.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. On this point. Page 12. Page 12. We are sticking the pin on that. Page 12. If you have an issue on page 12.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I have an issue, Mr. Chairman. Yes, hold on. Yes, Mr. Minister.
Page 12. B, it provides so. It is our proposal that provides so be removed from the bill. So that's B.
Leaders, the proviso on page 12.
It's in place. It's in transition clause, and we have said there is nothing warranting us to have petition. So it's nothing said for the petition for the election. This provision is already dealt with in section 14 and 42. In the public relations. So this thing. The one you are talking about the president. No, because like this one, I don't know. I don't know what this is for. I said the AG wants to explain something for me.
I think we have something like this in the Constitution.
Yes.
We already have.
You need to explain to us something else.
It's in the Constitution.
So we don't need
but 6 months. But we proposal that we
don't need it.
Yeah, maybe. So 10 to go. Yes.
So 10.
So we get rid of the whole of page 12.
No. The provision.
Which one?
Just the provision.
The whole of page 12.
Yeah, the whole of page 12.
And up to 7.
7, yes. Yeah. Let me hear you.
Am I right? Mr. Minister.
Yes,
we're going to get rid of the provision.
Yes, we get rid of the proviso.
So we continue with plus 10. Plus 10?
Let's put plus 10. I think we're now page 13. We start with 11.
So let's do what? Do we need the plus 10 or not? No. We are getting rid of plus 10.
Yes, that's the point.
Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, are we getting rid of plus 10? The whole of plus 10?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can get rid of it.
Up to 7.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable members, we are getting rid of the whole of plus 10 up to 7 on page 13.
Still in page 13, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, hold on. Are we set on that? Leaders, are you okay with that? Okay, proceed.
Yes, when we look at clause 11, just like we did earlier on, the removal was talking about the position of the president, and now we are looking at the removal of the vice president. So, the two paragraphs just under section 11 to delete the all, because it only has, we're talking about the removal of the sitting vice president, so the word president there is not. Okay. So we have to do that on
yes. Oh yes.
Yes.
So we remove president or?
Yes, press twice. Then again, as still on page 13, 12 plus 12, expulsion, we replace expulsion with peace removal. Clause 9. Yes, so just the apart from, I think the last one was expulsion with his removal. That's it from my side. Page 13.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Delacroix. After Honorable Delacroix,
13, the last paragraph.
yes.
The last paragraph of 13 and the first paragraph of 14.
14, yes.
We've stopped it on that. It has something to do with the system.
Okay, yes, we'll stick a pin on this one.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Clause 11. That which has to do with the law of membership alone shall not remove the sitting vice president from office, right?
Yes.
President. Mr. Chairman, we must also note that if we are passing that clause, we are in default amending section 77(1)(k). Because for someone to be qualified to be vice president, you have to be qualified under section 41. And for you to be qualified, you have to be qualified to be member of parliament. And if you are qualified to be member of parliament, if loss of party membership will not disqualify the vice president from losing his position, it will also mean section 77(1)(k) should bring up for amendment.
No, that's a different scenario. That's quite a different scenario. There is no relationship between the two scenarios.
There is, Mr. Chairman, because you have to be qualified. That is a core requirement. You have to be qualified to be a member of parliament first.
Listen, the moment somebody is elected vice president, he's not elected as the vice president of a political party.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, before you are elected
as a member of parliament under your political party. But when somebody is elected vice president or president, they are elected for the state.
Mr. Chairman.
So the political
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, under a political party,
Mr. Chairman,
before you become the vice president.
Mr. Chairman, before you are even considered to be elected or to be included in the ticket of a presidential candidate, you have to be qualified first to be considered for nomination.
After your election,
the occasion comes with you being qualified to be a member of parliament. After the election,
you now represent the state.
After the election, the honorable team was.
Yes, let me hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The loss of party membership alone shall not remove a certain president or vice president from office. Mr. Chairman, already Section 51 confers upon us power to, after all the processes, to determine whether the president or vice president shall be removed from office for misconduct, etc. Now, my problem here is one of semantics, and I'm going to take you back to page 11, Mr. Chairman. Be patient with me. Now, if as a result of some internal party, am I protected? If as a result of some internal party decision, the president or vice president loses their membership, I believe, what I want to propose is that we do not, by resolution supported vote to remove. In other words, instead, we affirm the decision of the political party. We affirm the decision of the political party, not to remove. We simply affirm the decision of the political party. Because already under Section 51, we have that power. So it's a kind of tautologous to say, yes, here we can. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with me.
Yes, see.
Yeah, it's a question of semantics. Do we affirm after the political party has taken a decision to expel a VP or president?
You have to come to parliament.
We just affirm.
You have to come to parliament.
Yes, we affirm.
2/3 majority.
Yes, we affirm. Not we don't remove. Because the decision has already been taken by the political party. Our own powers are given to us by Section 51. So when they come to us, when all the internal processes of the political party are done, and it comes to parliament, we just affirm.
Because when they come to us, we don't. Whether or not we are convinced.
Yeah, that is.
If we are not convinced, we can just throw everything.
Yeah, but if we are convinced, we affirm.
Because some serious misconduct.
Yes, but this is not serious misconduct. The thing is the political party have a reason that we don't consider to be misconduct, but it is a mixed of removal. So we don't remove it. Remember, our constitution is predicated on the separation. So for some reason, we are given power on the separation. But how, to what extent do we stretch those powers? So we affirm the vision of the political party. We don't remember those circumstances. That is the semantic problem I have with the body of the
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Minister, what are you going to say to Mr. Chairman? Please, Honorable, yes, Honorable Selu, yes, 1 minute. Yeah. After Honorable Selu, Honorable Selu. Yeah. 1 minute. Yes, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure we would want the Constitution to automatically impose a mandate on the because the procedure laid out in the Constitution under Section 51 you need to apply. We still think there should be needed oversight for such a decision because removal of a vice president or vice president is a very serious matter. Noting that it will actually be just by a click of a finger overturning the mandate of the majority of voters in this country. So yes, Parliament has oversight responsibility, and Parliament has a responsibility to also make sure that it is only in extreme circumstances that the mandate of the people will be reversed. Otherwise, if this is just let loose, if you say Parliament's responsibility is just to affirm, then what's the essence of the provision in fact? Why waste resources to come to Parliament when it is predetermined that Parliament is just going to come and affirm? So we believe that the sanctity of votes must be respected, and that we do not have a situation wherein just for disagreement within the political party, the leadership of the party probably is just the chairperson who is very powerful to mobilize decision makers to expel the president or the vice president. We're not even talking about the vice president alone. This will apply to both the president and the vice president. And so it remains our position that parliamentary oversight be made to exist in the constitution. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes. I think we've listened to the debates. My position here is that because the qualification to become a member of parliament, that of the president, and able to become the vice president, are part of the age limit. All the others remain the same. So, for me, if the vice president, by any means, by resignation or whatever misconduct, loses into a position from the political party, if this law is saying we should come to parliament for that approval, then maybe because they have the same qualification for members of parliament, once we come to member of parliament goes with that, then let's tighten as well. If the member of parliament is removed or loses his or political party right from the political party, let them come to parliament as well to approve that. Because it's the same. We have to become this, we have to meet the criteria to become a member of parliament. And now we are saying that we come to parliament for 2/3 majority. So we have to amend because 71K is very powerful. So now if we are doing this one, it's fine. Because somebody has already lost his own party membership. Has lost party membership. Then now we are coming for 2/3 majority. For the president, I can agree. Maybe we'll say two things. We either go for simple majority, if that's the case, go to parliament, that will move out. Simple majority. Don't go there. Don't go there. For the vice president, because the qualification, Mr. Then let's amend 71K as well.
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
So we are leaving 71K. We are leaving 71K intact. So, Mr. Chairman,
it's all right.
If we are leaving 71K intact, then we are undermining this as well.
No, don't try that. It's all right.
I'm not making my point, Mr. Chairman.
It's all right. I know. It's noted. It's noted. Yes, I'm ready to do it.
Clause 11.6 of the Constitution. Section 54.8 reads, this is about how the Vice President loses his seat. 54.8, how the Vice President loses his seat. 54.8 says the provisions of Section 50 and 51 of this Constitution relating to the removal from office of the President shall apply to the removal from office of the Vice President. 51 deals with mental or physical incapacity. 51 deals with misconduct by President. So by deleting it, it means whether there is mental or physical incapacity, the Vice President doesn't lose his position, neither for stated misconduct. So I think it should not repeal. Instead, it should add a new section rather than repealing 54.8.
Mr. Chairman, I agree.
Resume the House. The House resumes. Leader, apply.
Mr. Speaker, we also continue this debate on the Constitution today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say the ayes have it. Honorable members, Yes.
No, I was just going to suggest that we go to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow because we stay there.
Motion made by the leader of government business and seconded by the leader of the opposition has been carried.
Mr. Speaker, just hold on. Colleagues, I want you to pay attention.
Mr. Minister, you are released.
Colleagues, please pay attention. I move that we say
tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Instead of 10
I saw such one, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker, I object. I object.
You want the opposition?
Yes, I object. There's a reason.
You want the opposition?
Yes, I will.
Sorry, sir. There's a reason for that.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Yes,
Motion moved by the leader of government business and seconded by the leader of the opposition has been carried.
Honourable members, this sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. Prompt.